30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain.
Yo, what up? We gaming. As per usual, we are gaming. And we are playing Hecarim until we can get back to Diamond. I'm feeling pretty good. I went over some of my games. I still want to go over some more stuff, but I think itemization wise, I'm pretty pumped about what I'm doing. I got a good feel for how I want the items to go. We're gonna get to the grind. Oh, Maokai support. I like a Maokai support. All right, so I'm thinking, thinking 3 camp. Bottom could be an option. They're probably gonna push in. Put the hard engage at 3. Also have the Ori deck. Ori's probably the better thing of all of them. Ori's a pretty good target for. It's a pretty good target for a 3 camp, especially if she pushes like that. Good shit on, kid. There's war happening in top. Nice.
Riot just nerfed junglers, specifically early jungle ganks. K'Sante is also getting a nerf, but I'll get into that at the end of the video. Let's check it out. Riot Froxon tweeted out, "We're looking at jungle dive power and rewards for gank versus farm. There's more to do on jungle, but we want to hit early gank power, especially for bot lane in the short term. Jungle changes aim to nerf ganking, treats benefit ganking, making dives a bit riskier, and trading gold for XP. Junglers prefer XP. As for the actual changes, treat gold cooldown is being reduced from 30 seconds to 20 seconds, XP from large monsters is going up by 10, from 75 to 85, and the stealth ward trinket cooldown is being reduced, going from 240 scaling down to 120 to 210 scaling down to 120, which is actually quite the reduction in early levels. Now for K'Sante, his Q knock-up duration is being almost halved, going from 1 second to 0.65 seconds, and the stun duration no longer scales up to 1.25, it's just 1 second flat. His W minimum stun is going from 0.35, 0.45, 0.55, 0.65, 0.75 to 0.3, 0.35, 0.4, 0.45, and 0.5. His R resistance as a lost is also going from 65% bonus to 85% bonus. Let me know what you think of these changes in the comments below, and to see how Riot is changing Lee Sin, click the video on your screen.
On Melwater's property in the Monastash Ridge west of Ellensburg, Washington, there's a hole in the ground that looks like a well, but it's not a well. Like the owners of the property before him, Mel used the hole as a trash dump. His neighbors used it too. Garbage, broken appliances, old tires, everything went into the hole. After a while, Mel started to wonder, why doesn't it fill up? And then he started to notice other strange things about the hole. His dogs wouldn't go near it. It caused his radio to pick up strange signals, and it didn't seem to have a bottom. Mel's curiosity became an obsession. Well, let's see if we can get to the bottom of Mel's hole. Mel's hole is a round pit 9 feet 9 inches in diameter. There's a stone retaining wall built around it that goes down about 15 feet. After that, the hole extends down into darkness. Well, not only did Mel Waters and his wife dump everything in the hole, but so did his neighbors. And this has been going on for a long time, for years before Mel even moved in. Mel's neighbors said they couldn't remember a time when the hole wasn't there. So why can't you hear objects hitting the bottom? Why can't you hear your own echo? Mel set out to determine exactly how far down this hole goes. An avid fisherman, Mel had spools of fishing line on hand. So he attached a 1-pound weight to the line and sent it down the hole. It went 4,500 feet, the full length of the reel, and didn't hit bottom. He reeled the line up, attached a roll of lifesavers, and sent it all the way down again. Mel wanted to see if there was water at the bottom, and if there was, the lifesavers would come up dissolved. But they came up dry. And Mel had more spools of fishing line, each one 5,000 feet. He attached another spool, now down almost 10,000 feet, and still no bottom. Spool after spool of fishing line went down the hole. He could not reach the bottom. By the time Mel ran out of line, he was 80,000 feet down, over 15 miles, and still no bottom. While experimenting, Mel noticed that his dogs wouldn't come anywhere near the hole. Even when forced, the dogs would dig their feet in. There were no animals of any kind near the hole. No wildlife, no insects. Birds even flew around it. And since the hole was known to his neighbors, Mel asked around if anyone noticed their dogs feeling uneasy by the hole. And they all said yes. Then one of his neighbors said, "Speaking of dogs, not too long ago his dog died, so he threw its body into the hole." A few days later, that dog came back. After Mel's neighbor threw his dead dog into the hole,
Why? Just why?
I don't know.
You can't bury it.
I really don't know.
Sometimes humans are very disappointing.
They certainly can be. Anyway, a couple of days after disposing of his dog's body down the hole, he saw it running through a wooded area near the property. Now, he knew it was his dog because it was wearing the same collar, but for some reason, the dog didn't come when he called, and the dog acted like he didn't know his owner at all.
Ooh, maybe it's a version of his dog from another dimension.
Well, that's definitely a theory. And as the weird stories piled up and the fishing line kept going down, Mel was at a loss. He was
Out of his depth?
right. Mel needed help figuring out exactly what this hole was. And in 1997, there's only one place to discuss the strange and mysterious and be taken seriously. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening and or good morning, wherever you may be across this great land of ours.
Coast to Coast was on hundreds of stations around the world and had 10 million listeners. If anyone could help Mel, it was Art Bell and his audience. Mel sent Art a message on February 21st, 1997. Art called him, and Mel's hole became known to the world. Over the course of several shows, Mel Waters would reveal more and more details about the mysterious hole. The good news is Mel was getting really good advice from people all around the world, like use a laser to measure or use radar to check the distance. The bad news is now millions of people knew about this hole. And from clues given by Mel on the radio, you can get a pretty good idea of where it was. The day after the first broadcast, Mel was returning to his property, but the entrance was blocked.
The government.
Yep. The US military was now aware of the hole, and they wanted it, all to themselves.
After the show on Friday night, I went out there and noticed there were some helicopter activity around the property. There was further helicopter activity the next day, and so I figured that clearly somebody out there listens to your program.
All right.
Mel said that the hole could affect things in the environment around it. Animals avoided it, but plants seemed to grow extremely well. Radios acted weird. If Mel brought a radio near the hole, the signal would get very staticky and then start picking up broadcasts from somewhere else. One day his radio started picking up what he describes as old-time music. So he goes to change the channel and tunes into a baseball game.
Point behind the St. Louis first baseman. Went on second, 2 outs.
This is fine until he learns the game was played in 1967, 30 years ago. Art's first call with Mel goes on for about an hour and then they wrap up. Mel was staying in Ellensburg for a couple of days and had made the call from there. When Mel Waters returned from town, The access road to his property was blocked by armed military personnel, and there was evidence that heavy machinery had been brought in. Mel was told there was a plane crash on the property, but there was no report of a crash, no fire, no smoke. Still, Mel was told he couldn't access the property until the crash was completely investigated. When Mel asked to speak to the person in charge, a man in civilian clothes told him that the land was not necessarily his anymore, and it would be very easy to find a drug lab on the property if he didn't leave. Mel threatened to go to the press. The man in charge,
Man in Black.
the man in black, told him, go ahead and talk. Nobody would believe it, but Art Bell and his audience would believe it. And a few days later, Art called Mel for an update. Mel said that a neighbor saw a dark beam coming out of the hole and up through the clouds, darker than anything he'd ever seen. Now, Mel admitted he didn't see this himself, but Art Bell and several callers said that this part of Washington has a lot of UFO sightings, disappearances, and other paranormal activity. Callers had their own theories. Maybe the hole was sitting on a ley line and there was a portal to another dimension, or it was a portal through time, and that's why everything thrown into it disappeared. Maybe somewhere in an alternate reality, there's a big pile of garbage, old appliances, and dead animals just piling up. Who knows? One caller thought this could be a tunnel to the Hollow Earth.
Ooh, like a subway for lizard people.
Something like that. There were a lot of theories. And since Mel couldn't access his property anymore, he talked to other locals trying to get more information. An elderly neighbor said that many years ago, there was a series of stone columns around the hole.
Like Stonehenge?
Right, but without the cross beams, which are called lintels.
Lentils?
Lintels.
What'd I say?
Someone from the audience reminded Mel that calling into the show is a big mistake because obviously the government is listening. So the show ends and Mel agrees to come back for an update. On the day Mel is scheduled to reappear, he's a no-show and not picking up his phone.
Maybe my audience is not aware, but a television crew went up to Ellensburg after we did the last program and researched this. And I'll be doggone, they didn't find the hole, but they did find near the area where you were talking about a lot of military blueprints and all kinds of information that would indicate the military, in fact, had been there or was there.
Oh, they would have probably seen a lot of yellow gear tread marks in the ground.
Yep.
It would be 3 years before Mel resurfaces. He said he was offered $3 million a year to lease his property to somebody. But the deal was sign a non-disclosure agreement, leave the country immediately, and never come back. So Mel takes the deal, and he lives in Australia for 2 years. But he's missing his family and decides to come back to the States for a visit.
Not smart.
It wasn't. Mel was warned not to do this, but he does it anyway. And during this time, he gets in touch with Art Bell and agrees to come on the radio. But he never shows up. Mel said on the day he was supposed to come on, he was on a bus to visit his nephew. And on the bus, there was some kind of altercation and the police were called. All the passengers are questioned and put on a different bus. Then Mel blacks out. And the next thing he remembers is that he's in San Francisco and 12 days have passed. Mel woke up in an alley. His wallet and keys were missing. He realizes his arm hurts. He rolls up his sleeve and there are needle holes and tape marks from an IV. And as he becomes more lucid, he tastes blood in his mouth. His back teeth are missing.
Whoa.
Mel never makes it back to the property. There was legal action taken against him for illegal construction. Power lines, septic tanks, paved roads. Of course, he didn't build these. The government had occupied the property for 2 years. Still, Mel lost everything. And a day or two after calling into Art's show, his bank account was emptied. Now, to be fair, plenty of people are calling in saying that this is all a hoax, but Art Bell is the master. Hoax or not, it's a great story, so he lets Mel continue. But Art does say that a TV crew was in the area looking for the hole. They didn't find it, but they did find evidence of a lot of military activity, and the no-fly zone has been mysteriously expanded to cover the area. In fact, TerraServer, which was a mapping site before Google Earth, showed that the whole area was blacked out, and this was confirmed. Skeptical callers said that Mel could have found the blacked out part of the map and pretended his property was there. The problem with that is, TerraServer launched 6 months after Mel made the first phone call. He couldn't have known. Soon we learned that a Native American tribe had contacted Mel and asked him if he wanted to come to Nevada and help them research
Research what?
another bottomless hole.
They took you to it. They took me there. I did not go all the way up to the hole, but there was conversations between the Native Americans and the Basque and blah blah blah, and they basically agreed that everything was as it should be. That I wasn't from CNN or the FBI or the CIA, right? Whatever. And so I went there and I got to see the hole. Now, all right, what's there?
The second hole wasn't located on the Indian reservation where they lived. It was actually on public land that was used by Basques. The Basques are an ethnic group that comes from a small region between France and Spain. The Basques settled a couple of areas in the United States, including Nevada, in the mid-1800s. And they were using this land to herd sheep. They told Mel that the hole was there for as long as their people were, so at least 200 years. And they consider the hole and the land around it sacred. This hole was just over 9 feet wide, just like Mel's. But where Mel's hole had a stone retaining wall of a few feet, this second hole had a metal collar and metal lining down as far as the eye can see. And this hole was warm to the touch. You could feel heat all around it. And the metal wouldn't make any sound or vibrate at all. Mel accidentally dropped a tool on the metal collar, and the impact was completely silent. So Mel and the Basque begin their experiments. The first test was they lowered a bucket of ice down into the hole about 1,000 feet, and they kept some ice at the surface as a control. When the surface ice was melted, they brought the bucket back up. That ice didn't melt at all. And even stranger, the ice was no longer cold to the touch, and it wasn't wet. The ice felt like large pieces of salt. So they tried to melt the ice over an open flame.
It didn't melt, did it?
Nope, it caught fire. Not only that, it continued to burn for months, so they continued sending different amounts of ice down the hole. About 2/3 of the time it melted normally, but 1/3 of the time it was transformed. Now at this point, one of the braver Basque volunteered to go down the hole himself.
What? Is he nuts?
Yeah, everyone agrees that that's not a good idea. So they decided to send down a sheep.
A sheep? Oh, what happened to the sheep? Oh no!
Well, I just felt I was in the presence of something extraordinary, something beyond extraordinary, something like in that category of having a religious thing there. This was just such a stunning thing to witness.
The sheep did not want to go in the hole. The closer it got, the more it tried to kick its way out of its crate. They lowered the crate down the hole to 1,000 feet. At that point, it stopped moving, and they felt a humming sensation. They left the sheep down there for 30 minutes and then brought it back up. There was no movement. The crate was unchanged and the sheep looked fine, but it was dead. The Basque, being shepherds, knew how to butcher a sheep, so they brought it to a table for a quick autopsy.
Oh, for crying out loud, what are they doing?
The first thing that they noticed is that the sheep looked like it was cooked from the inside. And taking up almost the entire cavity of the sheep's body was what Mel described as a giant tumor.
Ugh.
Then the tumor starts moving.
What in the is going on with this story?
Oh!
Yeah, I'm sorry, this is intense.
Then they cut the tumor open.
No!
Inside the tumor is what Mel describes as a fetal seal.
Wait, did you just say a fetal seal?
Yeah, like a baby seal. It was attached to the tumor by an umbilical cord. But this seal-like creature had the eyes of a human. They watched the creature for a while as it crawled to the end of the table. And Mel felt like it wanted to get back to the hole, so he picked it up and set it near the edge. Of course, the creature was slimy, and Mel said that the fluid had the smell of ozone. So the men studied the creature, and it seemed to study the men for about 2 hours. Then the seal creature gave them a final look and jumped in the hole. Now, before Mel went to Nevada, he was diagnosed with advanced esophageal cancer. He had only 6 months to live. But after this experience, Mel was cancer-free. He thinks he was cured by the
magic seal.
Yep. Mel felt like he had a transcendent experience. He was completely changed after this. And just then, the radio show runs out of time.
No!
across from me over here is the actual roadway into Mel's Hole. Don't go up that road. Up there a ways is a fence. But you get across that fence, you're in a deep bunch of trouble. It might be that you simply disappear, period.
A few months later, Mel returned to Coast. Something crazy happened with that bucket of ice. Remember one of the Basque took the burning ice to his cabin to keep warm? He had it in a stove. It burned for months, and it was pulling all the moisture out of the air. The air in the cabin was always dry. The owner's skin was always dry. He was constantly thirsty. When boiling water, the steam would be pulled into the stove. One day, the stove crashed through the floor and into the ground under the cabin. But it was still warm, so he patched up the floor and used the hole for warmth. A couple of weeks later, he's returning home and his entire cabin has collapsed and turned to dust. He moves in with his brother for a while. A month later, he comes back to the cabin and sees that the stove is now 5 feet underground, and the hole made by the stove was perfectly smooth.
It was making a new big bottomless hole.
It was, and they couldn't get the stove back up. It took a giant crane to finally get the stove out of the hole. And at this point, the Basque said they were sometimes visited by the entity that they discovered in the hole.
The magic seal?
Yes, the magic seal. They felt it was a benevolent presence and considered the whole experience to be very spiritual. There are now brightly colored birds circling the hole. Birds that seem to be immune to bullets.
That's how they respond to a spiritual experience? Shoot the birds?
I guess.
Freaking Basque.
The Basque even believe the magic seal is communicating with them over the radio using a system of beeps and clicks as language which they can understand. The creature warns the Basque that the ice is dangerous and can't fall into the wrong hands and would lead to the destruction of the planet. Art asks if there's a recording of this language. There is. The Basque recorded everything. For the next hour, a few more theories are considered, and Art finally gets Mel to agree to come back on the show. But this time, he would bring the recording, photos, video, and everything he can get his hands on. Mel agrees to go back to Nevada and gather all the evidence. He hangs up, and the show ends. Mel is never heard from again. He doesn't respond to Art's calls, and eventually the line is disconnected. So after 5 years, the story of Mel's Hole finally comes to an end. But it left so many questions. There are a lot of Art Bell highlights, and Mel's Hole is right near the top. So how much of the story can we confirm? First, the location of the hole. TerraServer did black out that part of Washington, but on Google Earth it showed back up. But if the military really had taken over the property, they would have covered up the hole. People have been searching for it for years, and of the many locations I found, there was one that was really compelling. This is the Google map. Someone actually went to the location to see what was there. These are the pictures. During one of his phone calls, Mel said there were 2 old buildings on the property, and one of them eventually collapsed under snow. This fits the description pretty well. And also on the property is this. Yep, a hole about 9 feet wide with a stone retaining wall, exactly how Mel described. Now this caused quite a stir online, but the hole turned out to be an old well and definitely had a bottom. If you search the internet, you'll find a lot of people claiming they found Mel's Hole. They haven't. It's never been found. At least, not yet. As for Mel, he's a complicated character. There's no record of a Mel or Melvin Waters living in the area, but some have claimed he was using a pseudonym to protect his identity. That makes sense. Now, something that really hurts the credibility of the story is the lack of pictures. In every call, Art asks for photographs, but sometimes Mel just doesn't think to take a picture. He forgets, which is ridiculous. Another time he says cameras don't work near the hole because of interference. Or he does have pictures and recordings, but they're not handy, so he'll send them when he can. But in Mel's defense, he never plugs anything. Even if this is a hoax, he could have made a fortune selling t-shirts, books, phony photographs, anything. People would buy that stuff just because it's cool. I would buy a Mel's Hole t-shirt.
I went to Mel's Hole, and all I got was this magic seal fetus.
Yeah, that part of the story was pretty wild. And that's a common argument, that Mel's story got crazier and crazier, and eventually he just couldn't keep up with it, so he bailed on the hoax. But he was pretty consistent with the facts over 5 years. And Art Bell tried many times to trip him up, and he couldn't do it. Now, the hole itself just isn't geologically possible. A hole many miles deep would be unstable and collapse in on itself.
Unless it was a bottomless hole to another dimension.
Right, unless it's that. But I don't think we'll ever know. Mel's Hole has many believers, but I don't think Art Bell was one of them. But Art was an entertainer, and this is the type of story that his listeners loved. It's a legend that people still talk about 30 years later. But for me in this channel, this was a masterclass on how to present an urban legend. Let the story breathe, but still challenge the specifics. Explore the mystery, but keep it grounded. Be critical, but compassionate. I try to approach topics this way, but very few others do. A channel that tells mysterious stories without giving all the facts will get more clicks, and it will get more subscribers. But that's a shame because it's dishonest and you deserve better. We all do. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Hecklefish. This has been the Y-Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do me a favor and like, subscribe, comment, and share. Today's story was a request from you. And if you'd like to suggest a video, go to theyfiles.com/tips. Special thanks to our generous patrons who make this channel possible. If you'd like to support the Y-Files, consider becoming
that this meek and humble object will blow our minds.
No kidding. Introducing Spoon Tech, the spoon that enhances the way you taste food.
The Spoon Tech is a neural stimulating spoon. When you try it, when you take a bite of food, it can make hot food hotter, cold food colder, or sweet food sweeter. And unlike other taste amplification technology, it leaves no disgusting aftertaste.
Oh boy, a spoon that makes things taste better.
Shut up and take my money.
Tell everybody at home what you guys are showing off.
So we are the first company in the world to have 3 commercial products that use a mild electric current in the human body for never before seen benefits. Our newest product is called Spoon Tech, which uses a mild current that passes through your food, and as you eat, this light comes on, and that enhances taste and eliminates aftertaste.
That could instantly put all out of business in the blink of an eye, and it would be so incredible just using some sort of proprietary electrical method, some sort of, I don't know, ion sensory technology.
The built-in ion sensory technology mildly excites the taste buds on your tongue like they've never been stimulated before.
Oh, I don't like it.
The immediate results are enhanced flavour, heightened taste, and improved aftertaste.
And it was premiered at the same tech festival as Morris, the vacuum dryer. So I'm sure this is going to work out just fine. You see, there's a problem here. Passing electricity through liquids like this is a field of science called electrochemistry. Okay, baby. You're ready to see what electricity tastes like? You're ready to see what now, if you pass direct current through water...
This is the WingCap Nest. It features some high-res textures in high polycount environments, a lot of moving pieces, with cool light effects to top it off. I posted a clip of this on Twitter before, and people seem to really like this, but they were in total disbelief that this is actually an N64 game, which is exactly why I will explain today how I've done all these things and made it run just fine on a real N64. Keep in mind that while the video I am showing here is recorded from an emulator, this runs on a stock N64 without any lag, and I will show some footage of that as well. All of this is part of my mod Return to Yoshi's Island, which is currently about 70% finished. The game reuses the wing cap, but it also adds 3 new cap power-ups for a total of 4 cap courses. It is intended to have over 160 stars. The cap courses all have Mario struggle to make it through the level at first, but then, as soon as you unlock the new cap, you'll experience a complete sense of freedom. I hope that this way, the player can really appreciate the new powers. Also, a shout out to Biobeck for helping out with the visuals, and a shout out to Badoop for making the music for this level. I'll link a video of the OST as well in the description if you wanna put this in your playlist. The light effects you're seeing are a mix of baked vertex colors and a fake point light. What do I mean by a fake point light? Well, let me explain. The N64 actually supports up to 8 directional lights. These directional lights act like an infinitely far away sun with different light color settings. We can rotate the direction, we can change the brightness, and we can even change the color of the light. By doing some simple math, we can compute the directional light dynamically, and we can have it act as though it was a point light. Computer graphics are honestly just about making the viewer believe something, and this one is very believable. Another huge thing making this thing look so high-res is the textures. The original grass in Mario 64 is a 32 by 32 texture with 2 bytes per pixel in the RGBA 16 format. We can do better by using a 64 by 64 texture with indexed colors. This has the downside that we can only use 15 colors, but it is grass. Grass doesn't need more than 15 colors. If we want the texture to have even more detail, we can use a multi-texture. Now, I say this is a 256 by 256 texture, but some special limitations apply. I'm not gonna explain the limitations in depth, but as you can see, this makes it look a lot grainier and a lot more detailed. Unfortunately, the limitations mean that we lose a lot of the color from the original texture, so we also have this option here, a 128 by 128 multi-texture. Now you can really see that this is a lot more detailed and it still retains the colors. Loading either of the multi-textures into texture memory takes 30 microseconds, so twice as much as the default grass. But honestly, the 15 extra microseconds is basically nothing in the grand scheme of things. We're 33 milliseconds per frame, so that's over 1,000 times more than what this takes to load. And considering how big of a part of the scene this grass is, I will take the 15 microsecond loss for this. Now if we want to, we can add some color back to the multi-texture by giving it vertex colors. And as you can see, this already has a lot more depth than it had before. In the end, I believe that it's personal preference whether you prefer the one on the left or the one on the right. The one on the right has slightly higher resolution, the one on the left has a few more colors. I went with the one on the right because I think it fits my level better. Another huge advantage of multi-textures, the way we're using them, is that you can make your texture bigger, which means that you will see the repeats less often while still not being blurry. If you look at the original grass on the left, you see that if we make it big enough to not be blurry, we see the same tile being repeated over and over, and it's very annoying to look at in my opinion. Compared to our multi-texture, you can virtually not see a single repeat. The background in this level is being rendered first, and it is being rendered relative to the camera. By having the background move together with the camera, it seems as though the background is infinitely far away, when in reality it is completely up close, as you can see. This gets us around the depth limit that the N64 would usually impose, and it makes the scene way bigger. And here you can see the game running on a real Nintendo 64. The original Mario 64 runs at most at 30 FPS, but at some really bad levels it even drops as low as 10 to 15. Currently, I have a limiter to not allow the game to go over 30 FPS. Putting it over 30 FPS, but below 60 FPS, is going to look very choppy, because some frames are going to be spaced 16.7 milliseconds apart, while others are going to be spaced 33.3 milliseconds apart. So don't be fearful, you can have it be, but for the sake of displaying how much performance we have left over, I'm going to unlimit the FPS. And there you have it, the game runs almost 40 FPS here. This new engine is easily powerful enough for a level like this. Of course, all of this is only possible because of a major source code rewrite that I've described in this other video here. I will link this one too, and you should check it out if you haven't yet. It's very good. Since then, I found a few more optimizations that boost FPS by another 20ish%, but that's for another video that I can make hopefully soon. This level here was 3D modeled and designed in a way exactly that it works well on the N64. And this is something that would only ever work if programmer and artist were closely together. Lucky for you, I am both a programmer and an artist. This enables me to, for example, make animations like the clouds down there. The math for them is super efficient and takes very little computation power, with the model being designed around the mathematical formulas that I use to animate the clouds. The N64 has a special texture format that halves the size of each pixel but limits your color palette to 256 colors. On a texture size of 32 by 64, that ends up being around 14 microseconds faster to load than a standard texture. To abuse this, the whole background of the stage was designed to only use 256 colors per part of the grid. Rendering the whole screen on an N64 once usually takes 5 milliseconds out of the 33.3 milliseconds that we have per frame. Luckily, for the background, we can disable the Z buffer. This is something that games like Smash Bros. And F-Zero did to run at 60 FPS. So as you can imagine, this speeds up rendering significantly. Since the background fills the whole screen, we actually don't need to clear the frame buffer anymore either. This saves a lot of rendering time. Our background uses 8 32 by 64 textures with 256 colors limited, that each takes 0x900 bytes. To compare, Mario 64 uses 64 0x800 byte textures. That's almost 8 times more, and I don't think it looks any better. Doing it this way also has the advantage of not having the background to move around in world space, so it feels like everything is fixated in the sky. But if you look at Mario 64's backgrounds, unfortunately, the clouds move slightly with the camera and it ruins the illusion. Since animated rigs in Mario 64 only rotate, they don't move or translate, we don't need all the functionality that a standard 4x4 matrix used in video game rendering would give us. We can cut down and turn our 4x4 matrices into 4x3 matrices. This speeds up every matrix operation up by about 25%, and it lets us move more animated characters around than the original game ever could. Overall, the matrix math is now about 5 to 8 times as fast as it would have been a villain in the game. The matrix math is actually a huge limit on the original Mario 64, and it often caused the lag that you see in it. The original rigs have also all been reworked. Nintendo's software that they used to animate characters used to have a bug that would duplicate all the animation bones, causing all rendering to take twice as long on the CPU. This was truly awful, and it's the reason I'm remaking every original model that I intend to use. While I'm reworking them, I'm also giving them higher res textures and more efficient texture formats to make them prettier and cheaper to render. If you're interested in seeing me rant about the Bob-omb or other rigs, there's some fun videos on my second channel that I will also link. In my opinion, programming and maths are subjects that are best learned by yourself, and that is where today's sponsor Brilliant.org comes in. Brilliant has several courses on different math and programming subjects with interactive tasks laid out visually. They have many courses to teach yourself the basics of programming, but they also have courses for advanced stuff that teach you advanced concepts like neural networks with amazing visuals. This is honestly the most clear and concise way you could possibly visualize a neural network. And related to this video, look at this course on optimization. It has some
My goal is to determine a numerical value for what Nice's coaching, the $350 fabled coaching session, is actually worth. Is it worth $1,000? $50? $2? $70? I don't know, and I'm going to be looking into that today and also critiquing some of Nice's coaching, look at some of the stuff he's done, and going over why in some ways it could be improved upon, in my opinion, a lot. Okay, and the first thing you're obviously going to notice here when you look at Nice's coaching website is his coaching is a lot more expensive than his other coaches, and his other coaches are still a lot more expensive than most other coaches. He charges up to $350, whereas most coaches will charge like $70, even less, and that's for high-level challenger coaches who really know what they're doing. And people do book Nice's coaching. I think he is actually getting a lot less bookings than he used to, and there is quite a bit of availabilities, considering he coaches almost very little, but he still got availabilities almost every single day. So he is getting like 30% and I think I'm gonna go over why I think that is. But yeah, I just really want to prove that Nice's pricing is very exceptionally high. It's not something that most people. Okay, and so something I want to go over. This is just a Cookie Lol, a $70 coach, challenger coach who has a lot of content creation. Going over a clip of Nice.
Dude, there's no.
And he's going to be reviewing Nice. He's kind of a Nice player. And this is just proving that Nice can sometimes get his clients bad.
Counterplay to this. Like, you just get.
There's no counterplay to this.
Ran over.
Just get ran over.
So he's telling ads and their ads that they should be not counterplaying against a Vanilla Knuckles.
Trade.
Any trade.
Think you'd just lose.
Useless.
You gotta wait till
you
6. You gotta be pussy.
You gotta be pussy. Chad, what happens to the 6? Samira not losing against Seraph, Ash, what happens to the 6?
Bro, this is obvious.
Yeah, this is, I think this is really playable level 6, guys. I think we can win, guys. Level 6 is playable. What happens? Ardontis presses R, and then they one-shot you, and you can't do anything. The only time you can win this lane is before level 6.
Yeah,
that's the only way you can win this game. But I do agree. This is a hard matchup, but it is playable. It is playable.
And so the fact that he is $70, whereas Neith is $350, and Neith makes that big a mistake is a big issue in my opinion. Like, you should be making almost no mistakes if you're claiming to be a $350 coach that will coach any role. He coaches any role despite playing ADC at like a silver level at best. And also something else I want to go over is how much Neith can rage and flame at his flanks. And this is a compilation. I'm just going to play a little bit of it. But he is known to rage and flame at people, including his fans, but definitely his clients too, especially his clients.
Come on, they're not done. Leveling with the mouse, really? Really? How long have you been playing? Really?
Yeah, okay.
I don't think it's that funny. I think it's sad. 10 years?
And so Neith focuses on very little nitpicky things like mouse leveling, instead of bigger macro plays. These are things that people will eventually fix. You can point it out like if you want, but it's not the big issue with the gameplay. It's not something that's going to actually be holding them back. And what you need to be telling them is bigger macro ideas, stuff that actually matters, and stuff that is actually worth $350 of expertise. This is not expertise. Anyone could be telling them that.
So whatever the fuck you've been playing? You shut first. Shut first.
Here he's giving some advice to Jin to shout first.
You're not getting blind. Yeah, I don't know why I'm here if you're not listening.
And this guy is trying to help the fight. I don't think it's that bad a play. Like, it makes sense to want to help your team. Technically, Neith will be right in the end here because his team is kind of slaughtering them. It makes sense. This guy is walking.
But why am I here though? Why am I here? The play's dead.
Look, he gets the 50 gold assist and some XP from that.
Plates give you more gold!
And this guy is fabled yelling.
Give me more gold than rotating! You get more XP! Why the fuck am I here? I could be hanging out with my wife right now. Why am I here?
You're here because he paid you $350, Neith. You're making a bag while you're and then yelling at this guy with advice that isn't even necessarily correct. He's legitimately mad. Look at him.
Waste my fucking time. What a joke. You heard me 3 times tell you to push, didn't you?
He's actually butthurt. Like, when he can't handle when someone doesn't listen to him because of his ego.
Yeah.
I did.
Absolute fucking joke.
What a narcissist. And here he has to try to prove he's right. But the guy still got most of that blight gold.
Times 3 and 2 waves. No, well, never
not
mind.
like
We're not gonna get the third one.
The wave was fine when you lost.
Okay, just right click.
And so that's like the main portion I wanted to go over just to prove that Neith is flaming. And like here, this is like a comment I just got 6 minutes ago. This guy said, "Bro, I commented on this video on one of Neith's videos, disagreeing with him about his marathon analogy. He cares about climbing that marathon. People starting with higher elo than others said they have a better win rate last season and we're in higher elo." Is like saying that like top marathon runner could start 10 kilometers ahead of everyone else, and then pretty much that obviously makes no sense. I'm not even gonna go over why it doesn't make any sense, but Neith called him brain damage, and Neith calls so many people in his chat brain damage. He calls them subhumans, school shooters. This is really toxic for a community that he is part of and that is paying for his bills. It's extremely toxic. But it's not just toxicity that Neith struggles with. There's also the actual coaching aspect. But like one of the last things I also wanted to show for Neith raging is he loves to make narcissistic video titles where he's of course correct and he has to yell at an Iron player, like scream at them. He has to like rage quit his coaching, get really mad at them. It's a bit of like a charade for getting views, because these videos are obviously getting a lot of views for Neith. And this is probably the worst mental. And now Neith is actually giving into a lot of those mental traps. But I would love to see Neith coach Neith. It would be like hilarious. Like both of them would be yelling at each other, and the Neith coach would be like, "Oh, you have such a bad mental," and then the Neith playing would be like screaming at him. It would be a fiesta of toxicity and a lot of swearing, I assume. But that would actually be the most hilarious thing I've ever seen in my life. He just has like a massive ego, and he would not be willing to coach himself but he coaches other people and yells at them and expects them to like listen to him fully. When they make any mistakes, he'll just rage quit and make videos about them, which is extremely insulting in my opinion. And if you want to have a full breakdown of Neef's coaching, you can watch so many of these players better than me and way better than Neef reacting to his gameplay. This is an example of a Tarzan video reacting to his gameplay and coaching. I already put the cookie law one, but pretty much it's just how you see fighting, how you see pathing. Instead focuses on things like, oh, you're leveling with the mouse, and loves to flame science for that. It's not what's ideal. Like, if you're paying $350, you expect to have a knowledge transfer, and it's not like super important. Like, a player would learn that you can level without using the mouse, and would eventually start doing it. The player cannot maybe learn some higher level macro concepts by themselves, because that's what needs to be teaching. You should have enough expertise to share things that people wouldn't otherwise normally learn. That's what the point of coaching is. It's not just meant to accelerate learning. It's meant to have people learn things about their gameplay that they might have never learned by themselves. But Neef doesn't seem to do that. He always has the same things, and it's always very pointless things. That's what spawned the $350 meme in the end, because he'll say stuff like, press B to recall. That'll be $350.
We should tell him to, like, type the red buff and, like, stack our passive.
Now, this is an example
What the fuck is going
of
on?
Neef not telling a student to type the red buff.
What is this guy do? I mean, Neef's in his chat with his fucking facial.
He's just reading his chat, yep.
The chat's monitored here, right? But, like...
And that is another issue I want to cover. So Neef actually, he's really immersed in his chat instead of focusing on gameplay when he's coaching. If you're paying for $350, I would expect you to be fully focused, or $250 per month, but I would expect you to be fully focused on the gameplay, with your chat, when it's like a really off moment, and still have like, you know, like some attention on the gameplay. But Neef doesn't do that. This is actually a pretty critical moment for watching the students, seeing how they kite, and it can give a lot of insight onto how they play and things you can critique already. So this is just proving that he does not really have the mindset of looking to critique everything that should actually be helping the client, and instead is just looking at his chat and then looks to yell at them for little things. And so all of this combined, I would say when you consider people like Cookie Lol's coaching is, you know, just $70, I think Neef's coaching is a good $15. You can find coaching for about $15 from like high elo players, and especially if they're born. So that is my opinion. Neef's coaching is about $15. But let me know about what you think Neef's coaching is worth. Would you even do to get Neef's coaching if he paid you? I think it could actually severely detriment your gameplay. But I just want to hear your thoughts on the comments. So like I said, yeah.
Today's video is brought to you by Babbel. Pleased to be 8% off. It's definitely not an exception. In this isolated, cold environment, there's little use for it. It's very uncommon sort of thing. On the other hand, however, isolation in such a remote place is known to have some highly negative psychological effects. often leading to individuals committing an act that they would otherwise never do. According to psychologist Peter Sudfeld of the University of British Columbia, living at a research station in Antarctica can be incredibly stressful.
If you're stuck there with somebody you really can't stand, too bad. You're stuck with them. And if you're missing somebody who's far away, too bad. You're stuck without them. Some people thrive by developing a sense of solidarity and teamwork. Others may become depressed and change their behavior.
To quote an article from Canadian Geographic, Antarctic stations can be a dull place to live. They are designed to minimize construction rather than keep people amused, interested, and comfortable. And extreme weather can make stepping outside the scenery difficult, dangerous, or impossible. In one notable example from 1959, a fight broke out at the Vostok Research Center between two individuals over a game of chess. This caused one individual to attack the other with an ice axe. And as is commonplace in these incidents, the details are murky. Some sources say the attack was fatal, while others say it was not. After a KGB investigation, chess was subsequently banned in all Russian stations on the continent. It seems that this remote environment is known for testing an individual's morality. To quote one article from the spokesman of View, Finn Ron, a Norwegian immigrant who was the leader of a private American winter expedition to Stonington Island, barely escaped being killed in the 40s before he went to his doctor. And Dr. Don McLean, frustrated with Ron's authoritarianism and iron discipline, barely restrained himself from pushing Ron off a cliff when the two of them inspected birds' nests on a nearby island. He was quoted as saying, similarly, during the 1950s, a resident of Australia's Mawson Basin, Antarctica, had become so deranged and violent he essentially had to spend the winter locked inside that facility's storage room. Occasionally leading to violence in situations that are normally avoided sober. Within a health and safety audit of the Arctic program in 2015, it was estimated that 60 to 75% of all disciplinary action within the stations was related to alcohol misuse, where NSF officials acknowledged that the abuse of the substance on the continent had led to fights, indecent exposure, and employees often arriving to their jobs under the influence. But this isn't just limited to American research stations either. In 2009, video surfaced online from the Central Station of South Korea. Within the footage, it shows a drunken station worker attacking a chef until the colleague steps in to break it up. This employee was obviously fired. But perhaps the most infamous example of rage at an Arctic station came from 2018, when an intoxicated engineer named Sergei Savitsky stabbed 52-year-old welder Oleg Belaguzov after an emotional breakdown. The cause of this outburst? Oleg had been allegedly spoiling the bins of books Sergei had been checking out from the station's library. As a result, Oleg would be sent to a hospital in Chile where he was warned to recover from the attack. Surprisingly, Oleg would forgive his attacker legally. Within the neuroscientific literature, the link between isolation and cognitive decline is more than just speculation. Isolation often precedes cognitive decline for individuals who are elderly or younger, and in a variety of other studies, it's been shown that there are physiological changes to the structure. Within one study that followed a crew of 9 stationed in the Antarctic, they found that within 14 months, an average volume loss of 7.2% was noted within the hippocampus of the brain. The hippocampus is spatial memory, learning, and general memory. Individuals who have damage or atrophy of the hippocampus often display due dysfunction. They have difficulty storing memories. They may get lost in familiar areas. And additionally, they may have problems following directions. And they are noted to also have issues with key decision making. frequency changes this drastic in individuals suffering from something like Alzheimer's or PTSD, which makes these results rather shocking, as it highlights the required mental fortitude to endure assignments in the Antarctic. And for some, the circumstances are just simply too much. The original Almirante Brown station on the Kantri Peninsula was burned down in 1984 by the station's doctor after he was ordered to stay for the winter. While details are sparse, this protest was apparently not well thought out, and it seemed to put the entire group in harm's way. Had it not been for the aptly named ship, Hero, and its crew rescuing the group, their act of rebellion would have likely been their last. When it comes to pressing charges for a crime in Antarctica, generally speaking, it's the job of the home country to investigate their own. This was signed into law alongside the Antarctic Treaty in 1959. But generally speaking, though, it's rare that law enforcement gets involved where any major investigation occurs. In one rare circumstance in 1996, a fight broke out at the McMurdo station between two individuals, resulting in one worker attacking the other with a hammer. This incident marked the first time that the FBI had been involved in a case involving the Antarctic. Despite this fact, however, like usual, very few details about the case were ever divulged, which, if you haven't noticed by now, seems to be a very common theme. This theme gets a hell of a lot more disturbing when you factor in just how open an issue SAF is. So much so, 2022 has openly exposed problem in the second report, citing issues of SAF harassment and stalking as ongoing complaints. Disturbing quote, one woman revealed that on the first day at the station, she was told to stay clear of the building unless she wanted to leave. This report also points to another situation where a woman was so perturbed, she had begun carrying around a hammer as a part of her day-to-day. If you read further, this appears to be a common practice at McMurdo Station. Within a survey of individuals within the program, 72% of women agreed that this issue was widespread, while nearly 50% of males agreed as well. And given the statistics, you would expect a few charges to pop up. But astoundingly, it appears that most of these things just get swept under the rug.
NPR's Joe Palca has been reading through the 273-page report here in the studio with John and Joe. Hey, Ari, what are some of the revelations from the report?
Well, one of the things that jumps out at you is how pervasive this problem seems to be. They quoted one of the people they interviewed as saying, every woman I know down there has had an assault or harassment experience that occurred on ice. On ice is called working down there. And this is a sentiment that they heard from many, many different people. The report also said that many people didn't trust the officials they were supposed to report to when they had a problem because they thought, A, there might be reprisals, or B, they were thinking that these people were more interested in protecting the agencies than protecting the people.
Is there something about working in Antarctica that makes this more of a problem?
Well, I've been to Antarctica, and it's very remote. And even though the internet has made it smaller, it's just not a place you can walk down the street anyway. Much easier these things globally as there's abundant here in the winter. That means that have anywhere to go, anyone to talk to. I spoke with Madeline Nash, who's at the Australian National University. She studies harassment in Australia's campus.
You're so isolated and so detached from the sort of normal rules of society that often it makes it, sort of for lack of a better word, it makes it easier to get away with inappropriate behavior that probably wouldn't be condoned, back in normal life.
Imagine if it's your supervisor doing harassing. It's not like you can have a home complaint. That supervisor might be thousands of miles away. Because of a problem like this been documented before. Well, as many people who worked in Antarctica know it's an ongoing issue.
Given the strange legal circumstances on the continent and the apparent isolation, it's pretty clear that what happens in Antarctica stays in Antarctica. And this issue of maintaining law and order gets even more chaotic when you hypothetically throw out a scenario where you have two people working at the same base from two different home countries. Given the stipulations of the Antarctic Treaty, a matter of foul play would potentially become an issue of international diplomacy. Throughout the years, there remains one case that encapsulates these issues perfectly. The year is 2000, and the story takes place at the South Pole. Working there during this time was an Australian astrophysicist named Rodney Marks, a man who was dedicated to his job, but known for having a rock and roll exterior, according to colleagues. His fiancée, Sonia Walter, took a job as a unit specialist at the same Antarctic station so she could be there with him. Rodney had been working for Janssen Station. He was a part of the University of Chicago's Antarctic Submillimeter Telescope and Remote Observatory Project, also known as ASTRO for short. The Amundsen Scott South Pole Station is run by the National Science Foundation, a U.S. government entity, though some of the work is subcontracted to the aerospace company Raytheon Air Services. By all accounts, Rodney had done quite well at his job, with coworkers praising his abilities throughout his time there. He's also known for going above and beyond, teaching an astronomy class at the station, which included students from all sorts of backgrounds. It was clear that Rodney was passionate, but unfortunately, it would not be long before his own life was cut short. By May of 2000, Rodney had been working at ASTRO for about a year, and on May 11th, he was walking between the remote observatory and the base, and he began to feel unwell. His breathing was labored, his vision was weakened, and upon arriving back at the base, he went to bed early, hoping whatever was going on would clear up as he slept. However, at 5:30 the next morning, as he lay next to Sonia, he woke up with a terrible pain in his stomach and found himself alone. From here, he would make his first visit to the station's doctor, Dr. Thompson, who, not knowing what was wrong with him and having contact with the outside world for advice, told him to be Rodney would come back a second time later that day with worsening symptoms. He learned that was in his stomach, just continued to get worse. His eyes had become so sensitive that he needed to wear sunglasses. Dr. Thompson noted that Rodney had become agitated, and as he could not pin down a single cause for the patient's symptoms, administered a sedative. Rodney returned to bed and rested a while longer, but his symptoms only continued to worsen. By the third time Rodney visited the doctor, he was so distressed that he was hyperventilating and defibrillated. Dr. Thompson injected Rodney with an antipsychotic called Haldol in order to regain control of him. He lay back and his breathing slowed, and it seemed, at first, as if he was having. But unfortunately, Rodney went to cardiac arrest shortly after. The station's trauma team was summoned, and after 45 minutes of unsuccessful resuscitation attempts, Dr. Thompson declared Rodney dead at 6:45. Initially, it was thought that Rodney had died of natural causes. Unfortunately for the investigation, it would be several months before Rodney's body could be flown to New Zealand for an autopsy. In the interim, Rodney's remains were put in a body bag and stored in a cold area. However, some of his coworkers thought he deserved a more dignified resting place until his body being transported. So several of them worked together to create a casket, and then they held a ceremony at the South Pole. Circumstances cause of death was methanol poisoning. Methanol, also known as wood alcohol, is a solvent that, despite its name, is definitely not meant to be ingested. Taking in as little as 10 milliliters of methanol can cause permanent blindness, and a dose of 30 milliliters is fatal. Yet Rodney, shockingly, had consumed an estimated 150 milliliters of methanol. 150 milliliters is effectively the same as a small wine glass, and many people who discuss this case bring this detail up. The question, of course, was how this chemical got into Rodney's body in the first place. While there was evidence of methanol used as a part of their cleaning supplies, there was no clear reason why he would have consumed this much. And at the time, Rodney Marks's situation posed a very unique set of circumstances that had never really been experienced in the same way. To back things up for a moment, Rodney Marks was an Australian citizen and New Zealand native. He was working at a United States research facility. Given the multi-jurisdictional environment, getting any kind of true investigation would be next to impossible. Because, as fate would have it, the NSF and Raytheon would stonewall any kind of investigation. As the investigation would run its course from the New Zealand end, they would hit roadblock after roadblock as their opposition tried to bury the Marks case every chance they got. For one, an initial physician's report was submitted in July of 2000, and it claimed, quote, there was no evidence to point to homicide, accidental poisoning, environmental toxicity, or infection. Yet somehow they had magically come to this conclusion and drafted a report before an actual autopsy had even been carried out. And additionally, it would take the New Zealand investigation 3 years just to get the names of the people who were working at the base at the time, as the NSF and Raytheon would not provide that information. Then, when the detective finally got his hands on things, Raytheon and the NSF only agreed to distribute a questionnaire to their employees after they got to curate which questions were allowed. Furthermore, they heavily emphasized to their employees that the questionnaire was optional. As a result, only 13 of Rodney's coworkers out of the 49 could actually respond, which is rather jarring when, by all accounts, everybody was. Furthermore, as the investigation unfolded, New Zealand's coroner was brought to 2 times for being interview with the doctor that treated Rodney. But that being said, the final coroner's report was released to the public in 2008, concluding that there was no evidence to support, well, anything. And ultimately, no verdict was reached as to what caused his death, leaving us to only speculate. I'll say that theorizing about this incident is rather tricky, given the murky details and lack of cooperation from involved parties. It's pretty much just pure speculation. The first theory that often gets thrown out in regards to this case is this idea that Rodney unintentionally drank the methanol as a result of brewing his own moonshine. And while it's true that the station had its own distillery, apparently this distillery was tested and came out negative for methanol. I would posit that it's much more likely that if this were an accident, Rodney just mixed up 2 bottles on his desk, as he was known to have quite a dirty workspace. But I'll add, it's one thing to take just a sip, as opposed to consuming an entire glass. The other key person of interest in regards to this case was some of his actions were questionable, such as the alcohol. Marks laid out as potential witnesses sitting around and it became as a single tiny for the machine. Once turned back, Thompson had known about the malfunction, even reported it to Raytheon, but for some reason never attempted to fix it, decided against simply passing it on. It was by no means a necessary piece of equipment in the physician's day-to-day duties, but it was there for a reason. Emergencies just like this one. Raytheon and the NSF obviously refused to cooperate, but that appears to be a part of a larger behavior when it comes to questionable incidents happening in the South Pole. While investigators were skeptical of intentional poisoning, if this were some contrived plot, one can only question motivation. But obviously, when you factor in all the other outbursts that have happened at various stations in the past over the tiniest things, it certainly opens the door of possibility. Another thing that comes off as odd is that Rodney's coworkers reported after his death that he was well liked, but it seems that only 13 of them cooperated with the investigation in any way. And it's definitely surprising to read up on this case and not see a single statement from someone like the fiancé. While she did give evidence at the hearings, she has refused to give interviews about Rodney's death, but in a rare exception in 2004, she admitted she had returned to a job at Palmer Research Station, where her job, ironically enough, was keeping track of chemicals and cleaning equipment used on base. And perhaps the final strange detail that's never really fully been settled was the fact that there were various needle marks that were found on Rodney's arm. Well, we know at least one mark could have come from the doctor. Multiple? Once again, there's a hell of a lot more questions than we have answers. This is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
If you wanted to get really good at basketball, you probably wouldn't just play full-length matches over and over. You'd probably also do practice like taking shots at the hoop from different angles and different distances. And if you wanted to get better at, say, tennis, you wouldn't just play tennis. You'd also invest some time into practicing the other really important stuff, like your serves. Improving at esports then, and more specifically competitive FPS, is really not that different. I mean, sure, it's not as physically demanding, but it's still got that really critical element of needing to hit your shots. And just as in basketball, soccer, tennis, really any other competitive sport, sometimes those shots are really hard to hit. So that's where aim trainers come in. Games like Kovacs and AimLab, which give you isolated target practice where you can take shots at the hoop from different angles and different distances. Over the past couple of years, aim trainers have become insanely popular. They now even sponsor massive streamers and collab with huge companies. But do they actually work? Do aim trainers actually improve your aim like they say they do? Should you use them as a warm-up? Should you really focus on improving in them and really climbing the leaderboards? Or maybe should you not use them at all? Now, really quick introduction to aim training for those who don't know what we're talking about here. Basically, you pick whatever type of aiming scenario you want to work on, whether that's click timing or tracking, or close targets versus far away, and then you simply practice it. You work on being as fast, accurate, and efficient as possible, and progressively beating your high score. score. In Kovacs, there really is a scenario for everything, and some of them are really damn hard. This is also a really good time to play with some of your settings, you know, different mouse sensitivities, different FOVs, even different monitor distances from your eyes. These are settings that would be really hard to dial in when you're actually playing a game and focusing on everything else. With aim trainers though, it's kind of like an objective benchmark, since you get a score at the end of each run, so finding which mouse you aim better with or which mouse pad you aim better with, it's quite easy to do. I'd even go as far as saying that aim training is kind of addictive. You know, the personal challenge of beating your own high scores, trying to perfect your aim and be as cracked as humanly possible, and knowing that it has carryover to when you actually boot up a game is pretty cool. But does it actually? I mean, if your scores are improving in aim trainers, does that necessarily mean that you'll have better aim when it comes to actual first-person shooters? Well, here's the thing. Even if you became, you know, top 0.1% absolutely insane at aim trainers, you still wouldn't be training some of the most important elements when it comes to good aim in an actual game. Those things being movement, since aim trainers don't really require you to move pretty much at all, and the second one being prediction, since you're not learning stuff like enemy strafe patterns, for example. Aim trainers basically only teach you mouse control, how to micro adjust better, how to focus on targets better, and to a certain point they also sharpen your reactions. And don't get me wrong, mouse control is super important, but that alone isn't what makes really good aim. Learning how to strafe properly and perfecting that synergy between your movement inputs and your mouse, that's something that no aim trainer can really teach you, yet it's hugely important into how clean your aim looks and how many shots you hit. But it's prediction that is probably the most underrated aspect of really good aim, and to be honest, it's just never really talked about. This is stuff like learning enemy strafe patterns, falling speed, if they're running towards cover, for example. I'd also put crosshair placement in this category as well, which, as we know, is hugely important. These are things that you can only really get better at by just simply playing more and more. Think about it for a second. If you know which direction the target is most likely going to move next, aiming becomes so much easier. Honestly, this is probably at least half of what makes really good aim. It's also one of the reasons that if you've ever played an aim trainer, you'll just naturally get better at a specific scenario as you learn the patterns, the movement speed, and stuff like that. Your mouse control might not even improve, but after you've played it a few times, your prediction is improving and you're learning what the target is going to do next. You no longer have to rely on your raw reaction skill. This is also why you'll see players who have amazing tracking and crosshair placement without ever really touching an aim trainer. I mean, sure, their mouse control is pretty damn good, but because they've spent thousands and thousands of hours playing that individual game, they've seen it all, and their prediction is incredibly good. They know what the opponent is most likely going to do next, they know where to place their crosshair, and they have that calmness and confidence which can only be built up over thousands and thousands of hours of game time. This is something that an aim trainer can unfortunately never teach you. And that's not even considering the other things that aim trainers don't teach you, but are super critical in winning 1v1s. These include recoil control, bullet spread, damage fall off. They also don't teach you positioning or map knowledge or things like character abilities, cooldown management, the list goes on and on. There are so many things that you miss out on training and improving when you're just doing isolated aim training. However, I do still think that aim trainers are actually incredibly useful. Firstly, for those who are quite a low rank and probably could be working on their mouse control, I don't think that there's anything better than an aim trainer to actually do that. You'll be able to find a sensitivity that's better suited towards you, you'll be able to smooth out all of those jitters and work on being more efficient and accurate, and potentially, also develop faster reactions since you're always in this mode of expecting target movement. Ironically, it's this group of people who would kind of benefit the most from using an aim trainer, and really developing that mouse control could take them up a couple notches, but it's also the group of people who don't really care about gaming enough to download an aim trainer to begin with. But yeah, if you're quite a low rank and you genuinely want to improve, aim training can be a really good tool. I think they're also really good for those who play pretty intermittently, so for those who take a few days off and then play a few days in a row, aim training can give you a kind of accelerated warm-up that you just wouldn't get from playing the game itself, especially if you're playing primarily battle royale titles where you might only have a handful of gunfights every few minutes. Compare that to an aim trainer where you can simulate hundreds of targets in the same amount of time. If however you're already playing at a pretty decent skill level and you play pretty much every day, aim training is honestly probably a waste of time. I would say if you can score the most popular Kovacs scenarios in the top 5 to 10%, chasing anything higher than that really isn't productive when it comes to ranking up in whatever game you you play. Now, top 5%, that sounds pretty high, but again, I consider that the point where you're not really getting any further benefit and carryover to actual games. So even if you can get, say, top 15%, that's not bad at all. And that's kind of the point I'm at now. After 300 hours in Kovacs, I have a bunch of scores in that kind of top 1% range, and the continued carryover that I'm getting for actual games feels less and less. And at the moment, it feels basically next to nothing. It's nice to boot up every now and then, chill to some music and hit some targets, especially if I have a new mouse or mouse pad to test out. But beyond that, I'm not really expecting any benefit from it at all. I do distinctly remember though when I first started playing aim trainers a few years back. It literally felt like a cheat code. This was before aim training became popular, and back then I definitely felt a really steep improvement in my aiming ability and how my reflexes felt. I then descended into this kind of aim training borderline obsession phase where I would try and beat a new high score every single day, and I'd do a minimum of a 30-minute warm-up before playing any actual game. That's something that I just don't recommend. I'll also mention that for warming up before some games, you're much better off playing some deathmatch or warm-up scenarios for that specific game. Overwatch 2, for example, usually has a handful of specific custom maps in rotation if you want some more specific practice, and this is also probably the best type of aim training that you could be doing, since you're also training your movement and prediction. The very popular Widow Headshot server, for example, there's basically no better warm-up in training if that's the character that you're playing and you want to hit more headshots. Play a few rounds of this, then jump into an actual match. It's pretty insane how dialed in and automatic your aim feels. Same for Valorant and CS, which have their very popular deathmatch servers. In my opinion, these are leaps and bounds beyond what any aim training can teach you. As I mentioned though, aim training can be beneficial for those who aren't playing every day or those who aren't playing at a high rank. And so for those people, here are a few tips. The first thing is of course to spend some time dialing in your settings and using the actual FOV and sensitivity that you play with in game, and also to play around with a visual theme that works for you. I'd also recommend a more neutral target color as opposed to a bright yellow or red target, which is usually set at default. I feel like this is more representative of what you'll actually see in game, and it should keep your eyes feeling a bit more fresh. And another important tip is to play the scenarios that you're actually really bad at. I mean, this is kind of the point of training in the first place for any sport. Find what your weaknesses are and then work on those. Personally, I've found the really hard scenarios, the ones that kind of tilt me, to be the ones that give me the most rapid progress and improvement. Stuff with really fast moving targets, smaller targets. My accuracy in these scenarios might be less than 50%, which is honestly pretty bad, but because they're so challenging, they really force 100% of your attention and focus. So if you're spending like an hour playing Tile Frenzy or some slow tracking scenarios, you're simply wasting your time. I know they're cool like flex scenarios, it's cool to get a really high score, but the carryover and kind of translation to actual games here is very small for anyone past a beginner. Back to our basketball analogy in the beginning, that would be like standing right in front of the basketball hoop on a stepladder. So here are a few scenarios in Kovacs that I'd recommend and the ones that I've seen the most improvement from. Top row here would be pretty comfortable for most people of different skill levels, with the bottom row being a bit more humbling. But yeah, very basic, popular scenarios here. Overall, should make your aiming pretty well rounded and also sharpen those reflexes a bit too. So, do aim trainers actually work? I've spoken to a lot of people about aim training. Some people think they don't work at all, they're kind of pointless. Other people think they're the ticket to becoming a human aimbot. As usual, the truth is somewhere in the middle. I think a lot of people will see some rapid early improvement from first booting up an aim training and kind of working on those weaknesses, but also understand that the carryover is quite limiting because you're not working on all aspects of your aim, and that after a certain skill level, you'd just be better off playing the games you want to get better at. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Hopefully you found this one helpful or interesting. As always, a huge thanks for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one.
are fucking low elo platinum. You shitter. You hear me? You've been plat for 10 years. Don't call your teammate bad. Let's go to your OP.GG, bro. You're peaking this year at Diamond 4. You are terrible. Mic up! Mic up! Mic up! Mic up! Is this platinum players? They don't know how to mic up? League has built-in voice chat. You platinum player. Bottom right looks like a mic. Imagine having to use this broke voice chat. Discord's free. What is it? I think the type of people that are platinum. Mic up. Mic up. Turn on your mic. Mic up, you little bitch. You little platinum ass pussy. You ain't shit, you little bitch. Stop flaming your fucking teammates.
Hello, is this thing on?
You little bitch.
Who are you talking to,
I'm talking to fucking you, pussy. You're platinum for life. You're peeking out of your mind in diamond. You all suck.
My guy, you're gold 1 with 1 win.
My God, you know who I am, bro?
Congratulations.
You know who I am? Do you know who the fuck I am?
Bro.
Huh? You hear me?
Yeah, who are you? Nobody knows you. The voices aren't real, I promise.
You know who the fuck I am, kid?
Can't wait to see who it is. Can't wait to see this stream.
This guy actually not know me or what? You actually not know me, you fucking piece of shit? You dumb?
Why would I know you?
What are you talking about? You're trolling. You're trolling.
You're streaming League, bro. What the fuck are you on about?
You're trolling?
If you think I watch League of Legends streamers, you got me fucked up.
You've been playing it for 30 years. You've been playing for 20 years.
Look at my account. Look at my last, like, 7 games. I'm 4
I don't care. You've been playing for 10 years. You haven't climbed at all. You play the game.
Your peak is my playground.
Okay, that's
You're
my
gold
life.
1 with 1 win.
Alright, you're bullshit.
You're lying.
Google me,
What
bro.
is your line?
Google me, bro. Google me, bro. Google me, bro. Do your research. Google me, bro. Tell me I'm fucking gold. Google me. Google me. Tyler 1. Tyler 1. How about you go Tyler 1 5 times? Just do that.
Alright.
Just do that.
Let me take a look.
3 words.
What is this?
Yeah. First option. What's it say?
Bro, this is embarrassing.
How's that fucking embarrassing? What do you mean?
They're doing you dirty on Google.
What are they saying? Go on.
Oh,
What does that even mean?
oh, let me check out your socials here.
Check out my socials. Check out my socials. I don't use them. These are for losers. Sorry, bro. I don't use social media. I go out and I talk to people. I go outside.
Wait, how many? Is this your main account then, or what's going on here?
Dumb? No. I have fanboy sniping me constantly, so I have to swap accounts.
Alright. So what's your main account?
Right now?
Yeah.
Cookie Monster 1, 2, 3. Or how about the 5 times I got challenged? I got challenged on every single roll, bro. Google that.
Monster 1, 2, 3. That sounds like somebody that goes outside. Alright, let's see.
It doesn't take that long to load.
Bro, you have thousands of games per season on this account.
Because I do it for a
You don't
job.
go anywhere. You're stuck to your computer chair, my guy. You're growing roots.
I do it for a job.
I mean, hey, you gotta make your money the way you make your money, but
Day, while you're slaving away at Home Depot. Where you work?
actually,
Where you work?
Where you take care of those who have mental illness.
What do you do?
I'm a caregiver at a mental health group.
Okay, so then and you're just spewing around that your teammates are related and they have disabilities.
Yeah, got pretty good experience with it. I know what it looks like.
Fair enough.
Well,
Really
either way, when I was typing, I wasn't typing directly to you, but you started barking in all chats, so.
But you
You're acting like a fanboy.
No. You have to find out.
No. Look. How much do I play this?
I don't fucking.
Well, you seem to know what I was kept spamming plat for. You seem to know what I ended the last couple of years. I assume you're a new guy, new streamer, sometime recently, last couple of years.
You're trolling. You're trolling.
Huh?
You're trolling. Stop it. You're disrespecting me at this point. I'm getting such aggressive.
Bro,
I don't.
the only way I even know Nice is from Twitter.
Huh?
Is everybody shitting on him. The only reason I even knew Nice's name was from Twitter.
Dude, you do not play League of Legends this much and not know Tyler 1. You're trolling.
And why is that?
I am League of Legends, dumbass. You follow League of Legends on Twitter?
Wait, you just spam thousands of games per season and you just become League of Legends?
Do you follow League of Legends on Twitter?
No.
Hurry up, type it in. Tell me your name. No, you follow League of Legends. Follow that Twitter. She's saying you follow people talking about this on Twitter. You follow Twitter. You follow League of Legends.
Oh, I follow like people.
No, look at you. You still haven't linked your Twitter. You're trying to unfollow me. Caught you.
Okay.
I'll
link it, but I link it, but you cannot show it on stream. I'm not trying to get death threats for the rest of my life.
You've already unfollowed me. Just say it, bro. You know who I am.
Again, why would I know you?
Now,
you keep telling me that I already unfollowed. I'll link it right now if you want me to.
You know who I am. You're playing a character. It was pretty good. You're a pretty funny guy, bro. But unfortunately, you suck. Shut down. All right, I'm gonna go now. Okay, bro?
Have I fulfilled my fan interactions with you enough, or are you good?
You know who I am. Just say you know who I am.
I do not know who you are.
You are trolling! The League of Legends Twitter has tweeted about me several times. I've been at Worlds on stage. I hosted the Houston Detroit. I went up there on the stage and introed the player. I've been at
I'm
Worlds.
an NA player. Why am I watching Worlds?
I got 5 World Challenger first player. I have
Why would I
thousands
watch
and millions
Worlds?
and millions of fish. I'm the top. I am League of Legends, bro.
I'm from NA. There's no reason to watch Worlds.
It doesn't. Okay, I'm talking about pro play, but even I'm the greatest NA solo queue player alive.
Who am I
bro.
gonna watch the pro play? Double Lift?
I don't. Okay, you know who Double Lift is. You know who I am. You know who Double Lift is. You know who I am.
What clout? I haven't linked a single thing. What clout?
Yeah, for like Discord clips and shit.
Oh
You
yeah.
said-
Nice.
Because
My
you said-
League of Legends client has 1 million friend requests.
Because you said that you know who
social
Double Lift
climb
is.
complete,
You
got-
said you're on Discord. There's no way you know Double Lift and not me. I'm leaving. I'm hanging up. Trolling.
There's no way I don't know the oldest pro player in the city.
Okay, I didn't work with Double Lift. You haven't been keeping up with it recently?
Again, no, I don't keep up with the scene for last couple years.
So what you been doing?
I've been playing PUBG. You're gonna.
Nobody plays PUBG. Nobody. You played on mobile? You sound like a mobile PUBG player. You sound like.
You have to VPN to EU to play PUBG rank.
Because it's better than League.
It very much so.
I'm hanging up. I'm going away, bro. You know who I am, and you're trolling, and I already know.
Alright, bye, bro.
Go fuck yourself. You know who I am.
Nope.
Yes, you do.
Sorry.
Yes, you do. You know who I am.
I'll send you my Venmo if you want some more fan time, but
you know who I am. You're a piece of shit. You're baiting.
I got work soon. I work third shift.
I'm hanging up. You know who I am. Fuck that piece of shit guy. He's bullshitting. He's baiting. He's baiting. He's a pretty funny guy though, but he's baiting. He knows who I was.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
Today is Tuesday, the 31st of January. This is a recap of stock market goodies today. It's over, folks. No, I'm not talking about the bear market rally. I'm talking about the market. It's over. Stop. The bear market rally, shall we say, the new bull market is over. It was short-lived. That already happened even before Jerome Powell came out. The reason is your boy Jim Cramer declared today officially that the bear market is over and we have a new bull market. So buy the dip. You say, what dip? What are you talking about? There is no dip here. Year to date, it has been straight up rally. Maybe we got a dip or two, but that's about it. And then, of course, you got the other side of the eye, the bearish side, the Big Short Michael Burry side, who tweeted today, sell. Now, he did not specify sell your stocks, sell your kidneys, sell your dog, sell your spouse, your house. He did not specify. So we're going to find out that he's talking about tomorrow, which, by the way, happens to be the Super Bowl of financial markets. No, we're not talking about the Chiefs and the Eagles. By the way, the Eagles will lose. But we're talking about the Bulls versus the Bears. It all revolves around the Federal Reserve and Papa Jerome Powell. The question becomes, have we overhyped this thing? I have a feeling that we did. More on that in a minute. But I know a lot of you say, hey, Maverick, have you seen what Snapchat is doing after hours? And of course, it's down 14, 15%. I mean, what's new here? It's a tradition for Snapchat to crash after every single report. But folks, when we talk about the Super Bowl, what Jerome Powell's going to do, what he's not going to do, what he's going to say, what he's not going to say, the Bulls are bidding one thing, the Bears are bidding another. And my 2 cents say that, how about both sides must be prepared for disappointment, that maybe they're not going to get what they're looking for. And folks, the stock market side, you got to be prepared for disappointment. That's what it's called life. For example, visitors in the city of Las Vegas are disappointed. They're not happy that hotels are charging an arm and a leg for rooms. They're filing a lawsuit against the city of Las Vegas, against all of these hotels. And rumor has it the judge already made his ruling. He said, hey, you guys are complaining about $100 a fee for rooms. Meanwhile, you lost $10,000 at the blackjack table. Get the hell out of here. Because guess what? The gambling is not just happening in the stock market. It's also happening in Vegas, of course. And I wish that the gamblers in the stock market would just move to Vegas. I mean, look at this. The city of Las Vegas shattered the record in gambling revenue. The entire country is gambling on football, casinos, stock market, options. And you wonder why we're having this mania? And oh, by the way, you're calling for the Fed to pause and cut interest rates. We have this insanity going on in the economy. But folks, we say you got to be prepared for disappointment. The Fed might not come out doing what you expect them to do. For example, imagine the disappointment that you would feel if your police chief got caught dealing meth and cocaine. Whoops. And imagine the disappointment that you would feel if you happen to be a New Yorker and you looked at the Empire State Building over the weekend and you saw it lit up in green in celebration of the Philly Eagles winning the game. I mean, when they stick the entire Empire State Building up your ass, it's time to say, okay, we're done here. I'm just going to find a ranch in Wyoming and retire over there. I'm going to gaze at the skies and look at the hawks up in the skies because I'm not going to see them in the Fed anymore. But ladies and gentlemen, before we start this program officially, I have to say something here. Unfortunately, I'm not a aware, or maybe I am aware, but I keep forgetting, that the viewership of this channel is getting younger and younger and younger. And if you happen to be born after the year 1998, which was the last year before humanity lost its intelligence, unfortunately, you're accustomed to bitch and moan, and society made this okay. Society encourages you to bitch and moan and feel sorry for yourself, and every time life throws a challenge at you, you panic, you feel anxiety, you gotta call your counselor, your therapist, you gotta take medication, you gotta take a mental break, you gotta have a robot who taps you in the back virtually, you gotta go to the metaverse and seek some emotional support, you know the deal. And I forget that when we talk about the Federal Reserve and the FOMC and what Jerome Powell's gonna do and not gonna do, and what can happen to the stock market, is it gonna crash, is it gonna rally higher, a lot of younger folks, investors and traders, feel anxiety, and they stay up at night. Am I gonna lose money? Am I gonna make money? Therefore, I say, folks, disappointment is a natural thing in life. You gotta be prepared for it. Sometimes things are not gonna go your way, and that's okay. I mean, back in the day when masculinity was okay, men did not bitch and moan about every little thing. I mean, look at these guys. They built America with their bare hands. See them bitching and moaning over here? Of course not. They take whatever life throws at them. I mean, the worst case scenario, they fall off a crane and they start a new life in another galaxy. And therefore, my advice for young men, you gotta have this picture framed in your room. So every time you bitch and moan, just look at the picture and say, okay, my anxiety, that's nothing. And I better buck up and be prepared for disappointment. If I get disappointment, who cares? I'll take it. I'll handle it. But rest assured, since you have an anxiety, I'll just show you that this event perhaps will be a non-event. And even if it is, you gotta be prepared for it. It's really easy. No need for an anxiety. No need for medications anymore. And with that out of the way, let's dive right into it, folks. And here it is, in focus tonight. Overhyped. Did we overhype the event we're about to get tomorrow? Because at the end of the day, it's just one piece of the equation. We have earnings, we have the employment report, we have a ton of macro data to come. So maybe we're just overhyping this thing. You see, in the battle between the Bulls and the Bears, I'm afraid that we have some extreme expectations here. Take, for example, the side of the Bulls. Last year, they were bitching and moaning and crying about, oh, the Fed is doing too much, the economy's about to break. There was a lag impact. And if the Fed continues to raise interest rates, the economy is going to collapse. The stock market is going to get crushed. And even Reverend Elon Musk recently said the same thing. If the Fed continues to raise interest rates, we have quite a serious danger of crushing the stock market. In other words, if the Fed continues to raise rates, my overhyped and overvalued stock will get crushed. So please, stop. You might have heard today on CNBC, Barry Starlight bitching and moaning and crying that, oh, the Fed is doing too much, I'm losing too much money. Keep the easy money going so we can make money out of no value at all, no contribution to the economy at all. But that's the side of the Bulls. They were bitching and moaning, and they still bitch and moan about, oh, the Fed's doing too much, the economy's about to collapse, the Fed gotta stop. And with the same mouth, they say, oh, the Fed gotta stop because we have a soft landing in the economy. Inflation is dying, the economy's still intact, no problems here. And news such as what we got in the morning today of the employment cost index, which went higher, by the way, by 1%, but it was below expectations of 1.1%. And that 0.1%, 1/10%, the Bulls took that and started jerking off right away, buying stocks, buying the dip. But look, inflation's gone, so we have a soft landing. But if the Fed does talk hawkishly tomorrow, they're gonna revert back and cry about, oh, the Fed is gonna crush the economy. Which one is it? Have you noticed that your expectations, at least from the Fed, became really, really extreme? You want the Fed to cut rates now? What the hell's wrong with you? The Fed will only cut rates if the economy indeed dips into a recession. So be careful what you wish for. On the other hand, the bearish side, they want Jerome Powell to go bananas. Guns blazing, 50 basis points, 100 basis points. You gotta crush inflation down big time. And they point out to even indicators that Federal Reserve Jerome Powell pointed out to before, such as the PCE services ex housing, which remains elevated. It is dipping down, but it remains elevated. They look at that and say, hey, look, job is not done. The Fed has to do more. Otherwise, inflation, it's dipping now, but it's gonna rebound and move higher. The problem is, have the bears' expectations also become too far, too extreme? Because we know that the Federal Reserve has no balls at all, has no spine whatsoever, specifically Jerome Powell. He is the biggest chicken out of all of them. So the setup for now, with these extreme expectations, we head into the FOMC. The Bulls are looking for one thing. They're looking for a declaration by Jerome Powell that we will do 25 basis points. That's the consensus. The Bulls and the Bears are expecting 25 basis points. But the Bulls right now are pricing in the Fed declaring victory and already pausing interest rates. And of course, they're going to read into that and say, okay, here it comes. The Fed continues to bluff. They said they're going to do 50, they did 25. They said they're going to do a series of 25 basis points. Now they're pausing. Next thing you know, they're going to cut rates and the market is going to go bananas. The Bears are expecting the Fed to come out tomorrow and increase rates by 50 basis points, which is not going to happen. And expectations went too far. And the likelihood scenario is we're going to get a plain vanilla outcome. Where Jerome Powell comes out, says, hey, we're doing 25. We love the progress that's going on in the economy. Inflation going down, sure. Wages cooling off, good. We're seeing layoffs in the economy, good. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. But at the same time, we got to keep going until the job is done. And we cannot declare victory prematurely. We cannot pause right now. And maybe we're going to need to do more 25 basis points to go. And that leads us to the board that I shared with you in my FOMC preview video for the members, which I, by the way, unlocked for everybody yesterday. But about 10 people watched it, so it's back into being locked for members only. But in discussing all of these scenarios, we talked about what the market is going to do pre-FOMC and what it will do post-FOMC based on the macro data that we got so far. Now, notice on Monday, the stock market went down big. And this was expected. It was a no-brainer. On Friday, it was an extreme euphoria, mania, stupidity, with gamma squeezes all over the place. And today, the market reverted back in another big rally, pretty much canceling all the move that we got from yesterday. So all in all, when we look back at the scenario analysis that we discussed, what do we have here? We have two outcomes left because the stock market is now rallying before the FOMC. The market wants to go hot before the FOMC. So that leaves us with two scenarios. Number one, the market already doubled down ahead of the FOMC, and now either Jerome Powell will come out and confirm what the market is betting on and say, okay, 25 and we're pausing. It's over. It's done. We are in a sufficiently restrictive rate territory. And boom, equities will go higher, close the gap. We'll look at the SPX, the cash index. We have a gap in the weekly chart. That would be a gain from last week's closing worth about 4% or so. On the other hand, now that the market doubled down, what if Jerome Powell comes out, and this is the most likely scenario, and says, okay, we're doing 25, but no pausing. I can't say that I'm pausing right now because maybe we have to do more. Maybe we have to do more 25 basis points hikes. I'm seeing services inflation not going down as much as I like. I'm seeing signs of rebounding inflation in the housing market, for example. Wages are still too hot. The labor market remains too tight. Yada, yada, yada. Then what is the likely outcome? We pull back, and the end result, to be honest with you, now this is not going to happen overnight, but the end result is we zoom out in the SPX chart, the weekly chart. Folks, we have a trend that goes all the way back to 2009. You really think we're not going to go back there and revisit this trend line, this major trend line? Think again. If that's the case, from last week's closing, that would be be a decline of about 24.20%. Now, this is really important. It's not going to happen in one shot. Please don't buy weekly put options betting that the stock market will go down by 25% by the end of the week. Not going to happen. You're going to lose all your money. I promise you, folks. Even if the bulls get their way, even if Jerome Powell announces the pause, we go higher by 4% or so. Sooner or later, we fill the gap until we go down back to the trend line. And that would be a decline of about 27% from that point on. Why do I say that? Because inflation is going to rebound. I mean, you're already seeing what's going on. Sugar prices shooting up higher. Lumber prices shooting up higher. Wages shooting up higher again. The mania in the housing market being revived once again. Used cars prices moving higher again. It's a no-brainer. The Fed pauses, market rallies in the meantime, and then the next CPI shocks the market, and inflation is rebounding, and here we go again. And down we go. So, we go back to the anxiety. FOMC and anxiety. There is no medications for that, at least not right now. Your therapist is not prepared or trained to handle FOMC and anxiety, so there is no need to call them. The Maverick Wall Street got your back. Now, you're going to have a few hours before the FOMC begins tomorrow. And here's what's going to happen. Let's break it down in simple terms. If Jerome Powell comes out dovish, okay, 25, we pause. The pink / magenta tide comes out. What's going to happen? Dollar will go down, and yields in the 10-year specifically, but also the 2 will go down big. On the other hand, if Papa Jerome comes out with the hawkish baby blue tide, then what's going to happen? The dollar is going to rally along with the 10-year yield, 2-year, you know the story. Now, who cares about the dollar and the 10-year? What does that mean, Maverick? Here it is. If the dollar goes up, meaning Powell is hawkish, that would be bad for chips, bad for Bitcoin, bad for oil, bad for gold, bad for the high beta stocks, aka Mama Cathy Wood, bad for technology, Qs, bad for China, bad for emerging markets, developing markets, you know the story. And of course, bad for the housing market because the majority of the buyers from overseas, the dollar goes higher, all of a sudden US homes are not affordable for international buyers. If the dollar goes down, meaning Powell is dovish, magenta tide, that's good for chips, good for Bitcoin, good for oil, good for gold, good for Mama Cathy, good for the Qs, good for China, and good for the housing market. Now, if yields move higher, aka Jerome Powell, baby blue, hawkish, it doesn't really correlate with chips, but you know that the dollar is going to go higher, so that's going to be bad for chips. Yields don't correlate with Bitcoin, neither with oil and gold, despite what the experts are going to say. But if yields go higher, that's bad for Mama Cathy, high beta, overvalued stocks, bad for the technology cohort, bad for China / developing. It's kind of ironic and funny that we call China developing market, but the reason is yields boost higher here in the United States, and buyers rush for the safety of US bonds. No need to rush and buy Chinese stocks anymore. And of course, when yields go higher, that's bad for the housing market because mortgage rates will move higher. So home builders, real estate, that goes down. Now, if Jerome Powell comes out with a magenta tide, pink tide, purple tide, any shade within those two, then again, that will be good for Mama Cathy Wood, high beta, overvalued stocks, the bankrupt kind of stocks, good for technology, good for the Qs, good for China, good for international markets, and of course, good for the housing market, good for Lennar, D.H. Horton, real estate, IYR, for example. So it's simple, folks. And there is no strategy that is ironclad that will make you win either way. You got to make a bet one way or the other. And if you're too afraid to make a bet, then step aside. Wait till the FOMC gets out of the way, and then get back into casino. My strategy, my hedging strategy, you want to play as safe as you can. And this is applicable to me because this is how my portfolio looks. I am hedging if Powell comes out dovish because I have energy longs. I'm overweight energy. I also said today that I bought some TNA calls in the morning. And TNA, by the way, that's an ETF for the IWM small caps. It's a bullish ETF, high leverage, high volatility. Not what you think. And then sold some puts on current long positions that I'd like to add to anyways. So I have certain longs. They dip down. I'd love to buy the dip and add to my positions. But if Powell comes out dovish, then these puts that I just sold will expire worthless, meaning I get all the credit. And this strategy also works out because if Powell comes out hawkish, then some of these stocks will go down. Maybe these puts will become in the money by the expiration date, and then I get the option to buy them at that dip price, whatever that price is. Now, my hedging strategy, if Powell comes out hawkish, I have put calendar spreads on recent year-to-date winners. We're talking about the Apples, the Nvidias, the Teslas of the world. And I sold out-of-the-money covered calls on current longs that I have in my portfolio. Meaning, if Powell comes out hawkish and these stocks go down, guess what? All of these calls that I sold expire worthless too. I get to capture all the credit. But it works both ways because if he comes out double and you see these stocks moving higher, I will have the option to sell them at a profit. No harm done here. This is as safe as you can get, but of course, every portfolio is different. This is only applicable to my portfolio. Now, if you want a generic, safe betting strategy, use my earnings strategy. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Is the stock going to blow up higher or down? I don't know. Maybe the implied volatility is too high, and at the end of the day, the stock might not move based on that implied volatility. Maybe it's go higher, maybe it goes down, but not as much as the implied volatility is indicating. But the beauty of higher implied volatility is you can capture that volatility by selling credit spreads. So what you do is you pick an early expiration date, be it tomorrow, be it by the end of the week, and as an example, you open out of the money QQQ call credit spreads for the early expiration, and then you pick a later expiration date, be it next week, be it February 17th, it doesn't matter, whatever you're comfortable with, and you open this time a debit spread with the same strike price that you opened in the credit spread. And this way, if the Qs, for example, blasts higher after the FOMC, but not as much as the strike price from the credit spread, then the credit spread will expire worthless and get to capture all of that credit. But the beauty of this is next week, whatever later expiration date you pick, you can play more upside in the Qs. And you can do the same thing with puts. You can open out of the money Q puts, credit spread for tomorrow's expiration, for Friday's expiration, whatever you come.
Like, oh shit, that's great. Start. Shooting star, but then it stopped, huh? Yeah, let me zoom in, man. It's like an orb, man. Look at that shit. It's pulsating. Oh, this is awesome. And he's not on TCAS, man. Huh. Well, I can tell Rita now. That is, dude. That is shit hot.
Welcome, UAP Society, and Lato Files, Chris Lato, retired F-16 pilot. I'm here with Captain Eric Delgado. He has a lot of experience, over 30 years on commercial airline. He's also in the air. He's an Air Force veteran, and he has seen as an amazing video. Not just seen an orb, but he has the video, and I'm just happy to talk to you now, Eric, and get your take on it. Hopefully, I can ask some interesting questions with my pilot background, so we can draw it a little bit more and share this amazing stuff. But thank you so much for speaking up.
Absolutely, I'm glad to be here.
Excellent. Are you on a trip now?
Yeah, I sure am. I'm in Panama City, Panama. I was with Air Force active duty for 10 years. And allowed me to come here a few times throughout that time, and then I've been with my current job at the cargo outfit for 21 years, and in those 21 years I've been here on the 727 as a second officer, first officer on that airplane as well, and then as a captain on the 757, and now as a captain on the 767. In the Air Force, I was a tanker pilot, and I was 10 years active duty. 1 year of that obviously at pilot training, went to Williams Air Force Base, and then the remainder 9 I was a KC-135R co-pilot, then aircraft commander, and then instructor pilot, and then I did that until I separated from active service in April of 2001.
Okay, 2001. So you never would have tanked me. I was flying in 2001, but didn't hit a tank until 2002 or 3. So KC-135. Thank off you guys a lot. You know.
Yeah, exactly. I did many coordinate drags with you boys, so.
Yeah, that's where you go overseas, I guess.
Yeah, east to west, where we got that Altrav, you know, it stands for Altitude Reservation, and we'll stack you guys in there with us, and we'll drag you. Sometimes we're in the multi-cell, we're 2, 3, 4 tankers, and we got a little strike package with us, and yeah, I tell you what, being a tanker pilot was a lot of fun.
When I was going through pilot training, that was like the cool job, actually. Everybody's like,
yeah, you know, everybody was like, I think, so I went to Italy in January of '92, graduated the following January, and they went through and like. During phase 1, the physiological training portion of it, and basically sat, the whole class down and said, okay, what do you want, and went through everybody, like 90% of us, fighter, okay, heavy, fighter, and then they laid the reality, okay, nobody's getting fighters, half of you are getting bangs. So, I tell you what, I got the second to last jet in the drop, and we wound up being 60% bang the entire drop across the 5 bases. It was a bad time in the economy, and as a matter of fact, even the NJet boys on their drop were getting heavies too. So, I just wanted a piece of metal. I didn't care. I mean, truth be told, I didn't want a 130 if that was it. Anything else earlier.
I wanted that simply actually. I remember I was doing a simulator with this old crusty, the sim instructor. It's probably the same guy. He's a Marine. Why the hell would you fly a C-130? You want me flying fast? Shoot gun. I was like, okay. And that was it. He changed, from there. He changed your mind. But was it a difficult transition going on the military over to?
Actually, see, I wouldn't say difficult. It was right, the only difficulty would be knowing that I wasn't going to be in a window seat, at the controls for at least a year. I wound up doing that for 2 years, 1 year by choice, because most of my time was military, and I wanted to make sure I knew what I was doing, had a good comfort level in civil aviation. So I elected to stay in the backseat the next year. I did a total of 2 years in the backseat, but I was one of those guys at FedEx that never did the same thing twice, which just drive me nuts, the monotony of it.
That's a flight engineer when you're in the backseat?
Yes. So FE, flight engineer. So I started out at FedEx and did that 2 years. I went international. I did domestic, day and night. It didn't matter. I did everything. So I had to have a pretty good feel for where I was going to go next. And that's kind of what I did. So from there, I went from the backseat to the right seat of the MD-11. But I had to go up to Anchorage for 2 years. I was the only right seat I could get at the time.
Okay. Yeah, I went to ILC for 4 years. We were chatting about that. So, so before the writing, had you seen anything? What was your take, I guess, on UAPs?
No. I mean, I kind of always believed in them. I mean, I knew they were out there. I just thought I would never witness one. And probably the strangest phenomenon I ever witnessed in the cockpit was I was a mid-level co-pilot, right-seater in the 135, and we were doing we had just completed an air refueling out over Bermuda, and we had a C5. Well, I shouldn't say hit. We passed some gas to a C5.
A lot of gas.
And yeah, exactly. So did that, and when we turned back. To head back toward the mainland U.S. coast, because he was continuing on to Africa. We were on autopilot. The INS, back then the planes we had were not glass airplanes yet. They hadn't been converted, so we had a traditional one INS. You had a DNS, and then you had a navigator in the back seat. So the navigator was running the navigation. The autopilot was coupled to the INS. The 135 is an old airplane. It was, conceived in the 50s. I flew a couple airplanes that were older than myself. So I was born in '67. The oldest airplane I flew was 1956. So we had some really old technology there, and we had 2 compass systems. We had an N1 and a J4. So the J4 is World War II. N1 would be later.
Yeah.
And as we hit the corner of the Bermuda Triangle, we hit some clouds, and the sun was setting or low in the sky to our left. So if we were flying northwest, it was setting towards the left. And as we went through the clouds, they were just thick enough to block the horizon, yet you could see the sun coming through. But they were thin enough so that you could do that. And then they had enough water vapor in it. But basically what happened is, all of a sudden, on the right side of the aircraft, looking out the window, we had a mirror image of what we were looking at on the left, and we all freaked out. Just about that time, the J4 started spinning. It was lost. It was wandering. The whiskey compass was wandering. The N1, however, it kind of was still holding heading, but it was bouncing like left, right. It wanted to be. It was still holding there. The INS was tight, and the navigator. I remember reaching over to my J4 slave switch, and I was gonna, kind of like control delete type being, go to direct dial and then back to slave. And the nav screamed at me. He goes, "Don't touch it!" He goes, "We're in the triangle. It's a magnetic anomaly. The INS is fine. We're fine. I know where we are. Just don't touch anything." And we witnessed this with our beam operator. So 4 of us in the cockpit for about 3 minutes. Wow. And I was like, "Holy smokes! Well, no wonder why people get lost in the triangle. They lose their whiskey compass if they're in the clouds and something like this happens." And here they are thinking, oh, you know, we're going to go this way, and they see two suns. Well, I guess this one's right, and they make a wrong turn, you know, which is easy to do, and then they run out of fuel, right? And we were just looking at each other going for 3 minutes going, holy smokes. It was a mirror image of what we were seeing on the left. And until that point, that was probably the strangest phenomena I encountered in an aircraft.
And when you say mirror image, so I'm trying to imagine this. So you're looking off to the left, and you see kind of those thin clouds, just out there, with flying in Brussels. And looking, kind of see the sun, you can look at it, you know? So you see that on the left side. Everything, and then you look to the right, and you see like another sun over there with another.
Absolutely. With, you know, like I said, it was thick enough where you couldn't see the horizon, but the sun, with its power, could penetrate through the clouds. So it was thin enough there that the water vapor in the cloud, I guess, created some type of a prism, you know, a mirror, if you will, because it was perfect. It was the same thing to the right, and we were just stunned. And it was like having two suns in your face. One to the left, you know, on the northwest side, and one on the northeast side, out the right window. And it was a perfect, like, 90 degrees, if you could imagine a 90-degree out the window, left and right. And we were just like, this is the freakiest thing we've ever seen. Not to mention you had all the stuff happening with the instrumentation, you know.
That's super.
But thank God we had a nav.
Well, the INS, right, is not magnetic because it should be laser.
Exactly. Yeah, you know the coordinates. Yeah, absolutely.
So we deal with them, all the fighters, military, you get civilian aircraft, minus.
Yep.
But before GPS, it was a huge pain because you would have to update the
updates. Absolutely, you're right. You're absolutely right. Whereas the DNS was constantly wandering, then Nav was constantly having to bring it back in. The INS would take a while to drift, and then he would do his navigation skills to recage it, if you will, and bring it back in. But and you know he would do that.
But it was natural drifting, but it doesn't sound like it was as affected. So the magnetic.
Yeah, no. So the INS was perfect. The only anomalies were magnetic for the Whiskey compass and my J4 compass. And again, like the N1 was kind of like bobbing, going left, right, left, like a couple of degrees, plus or minus 3 degrees. But it was pretty much staying on that heading. But had we not had an inertial navigation system and we'd done something stupid like say, you know, oh, the sun should be over here and made a, 90 to 120 degrees. Imagine that sun over here, you know.
If you're flying at night, I mean, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah. But I could see where people, if all their instrumentation wandered or drifted like that, and all of a sudden they found themselves in that situation, I could see where they could turn using their visual senses and then fly a couple 100 miles, or maybe just, 50, 60 miles, enough to take them out of the way. And then when they pop out, realize where they're at, and then try and correct back. But by that time, you've run out of gas, and you're ditching the airplane at that point. That's got to be a sick feeling, So,
especially before GPS. I mean, but now there's GPS. It sounds up 3 minutes, right? Did it go away? The visual illusion went away as well, along with.
Yeah. So after 3 minutes, the clouds thinned out even more. We lost the water vapor, and then the whole apparition just disappeared. And the sun was where it originally was, and we said, okay, that was the real one. This was an anomaly. And we, like I said, we were stunned. We were just looking at each other like, oh, that's really awesome. That was cool. It's something we can tell our buddies when we go back home. But like I said, in my 10 years of active duty flying, I had never.
Russian air defenses, Melissa, did say that they shot down a UFO.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Lato Files. I'm Chris Lato, retired F-16 pilot turned.
There's something going on in the Appalachian Mountains, from strange missing persons cases that can't quite be explained to
It's been a long time since you've seen a Tesla video on this channel. As a matter of fact, it was quite some time ago, and it was just an update on Dolores, who is the decade-old Tesla that started this whole thing. Now, my daughter drove that car for tens of thousands of miles until it no longer made economic sense. And by economic sense, the car needed too much work to keep on the road. The air suspension failed, and there were major charge port door issues, and my daughter needs a reliable car to get to school, one that anyone could fix. Not just Tesla and that one independent repair shop, but anyone. So I ended up buying her a Honda Accord. It's solid, reliable, parts are easy to find, and anyone could work on it. Some may say just put new air shocks in the Tesla. Well, I challenge you to price shop Tesla air shocks versus Accord shocks. Here's a hint. Tesla air shocks cost more, and she's paying for the repairs. Now, it's been a while since I made a Tesla video because the only three Teslas I care about are Dolores, Ice-T, and Model D. And yes, we were gonna have a Model D update. It's coming. Things take a long time, okay? We don't just buy cars, change the oil, and call them builds. Now you're wondering, why don't you do Tesla videos anymore? Well, just a reminder, there's over 3 million on the road and there hasn't been anything new. Let's see, there's no Roadster, and a casual reminder, there's no Cybertruck either, but I will give them credit. They did deliver 2 or 3 semis, and we still don't know how much they cost. I think they said it's 180,000, but we can safely multiply that by 2. And besides, Tesla owners are generally insufferable, and it doesn't matter what Elon does, they will keep eating it. That hasn't changed. Are you bored? Say something negative about Elon or a Tesla car on Facebook, and it's like touching someone's no-no square. They're gonna react. As a matter of fact, Tesla stuff is so played out, minus Ice-T and Model D, that even YouTube channels like Teslanomics and Like Tesla Kim changed their channel names to Ben Sullins and Kim Java, their real names, because naming your channel after a car company that soon the government's gonna force you to drive maybe isn't a great idea. Plus, it's saturated. There's a Tesla video on everything. FSD, autopilot, interior refresh, the yoke, even Elon's plane. And then there's the worst trade deal in history of trade deals. Let me tell you a story. There was this kid that was fascinated in his childhood with planes. He enjoyed tracking the planes. Until one day, he tracked the wrong plane, Elon's plane. He posted this publicly available information on Twitter, and Elon was displeased. Elon, the richest man in the world, feared for his safety from this little boy. What's the price of Elon's safety? $5,000, which is the amount he offered the boy to stop. The boy countered with $50,000 or a Tesla, and Elon said no. He said, "Let me work for you as an intern." Elon said no again. This is my swamp. Elon has a better idea. He bought Twitter, seemingly filled with bots. He acquired Twitter for $44 billion. Elon's path to profitability was charging $8 for a blue check mark next to your name. Elon's team then claimed a strange man in a mask in a competitor's electric vehicle attacked him. Someone from his team found him, took this video, and posted it on his platform for the world to see. Mysteriously, this man who threatened Elon's safety, we never heard of this incident again. And even though his life was threatened, Elon mysteriously did not file a police report. Elon removed the account of the boy who tracked his plane and then threatened legal action. How is all this talk about private jets good for the planet? How can you stomach it? You can't, but guess what? You know what is good for your planet? AG1 from Athletic Greens. It's a daily supplement packed with 75 different vitamins and minerals and other whole food source ingredients, and I've been drinking it daily for several months, and boy, I just feel better. And it's a good source of vitamin C, which is crucial for immune health. I can do my workouts twice as long and find that my focus is sustained to the point where I can watch a whole movie without opening a laptop or a phone to go on special websites. I can also complete projects, just not the C4. You tap my link right now, you get a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D3 K2. I love my D3 K2.
Do you know what that is?
Don't you love it? Of course I do. Okay. Anyways, and you get 5 travel packs free with your first purchase. Do you remember me before AG1? Remember who I was before that? Look at me now. Much better. Incredible. The transformation is incredible. Seriously. Yeah. How long do butterflies live? Comprehensive, convenient, daily nutrition. Thank you, AG1. But that's really it. Over the last couple years, there's been some really good competition, and I know what you're gonna say. There is no competition to the best car ever. However, any car that takes sales away from a Tesla, like a Taycan or a Rivian or an e-tron, is competition. If you put your money elsewhere, it's competition for your money. But the biggest thing was the price change, and this is huge. But what's really crazy is that people forget quickly that those are just pre-pandemic prices. They are back to normal now. People seem to have goldfish brains, and it's like when they mark up a TV to double the price the week before they drop the price by 50% on Black Friday, nothing is new here. I'll explain this later, but Tesla could bank near $25,000 per car in profit if the right options are selected. Elon could afford to buy another plane with a new tail number. Matter of fact, remember the David Matthews Band? A group of hippies that loved the planet so much? Well, their tour bus was driving over the Kinzie Street Bridge in Illinois and dumped 800 pounds of human waste from their tour bus onto a crowded sightseeing boat below, which the driver then pleaded guilty. The hippies did that. So just remember, when Elon's flying in one of his 134 flights per year in his private jet, just know that they were probably hovering over your head at some point, and he's flushing the toilet somewhere over your house right now. And even though he's flushing his toilet over your heads right now, I tell everyone that's looking for their first EV, I always tell them to try out a Tesla. If they want to look cool and have a 50-50 shot of getting horrid service or not so bad service, then buy one. On the other hand, I drive a Rivian, which I love. I put 10,000 miles on it in a few months, and it's definitely not a perfect truck, and I paid way too much for it, but it's very functional, and it has all the advantages of an EV. It has crazy acceleration, modern styling, and a high price tag. And the charging network away from home, well, you have to rely on Electrify America, EVgo, and ChargePoint, so take that as you will. And I paid damn near $50 to fill it up. It's definitely not great, and it's definitely not as good as Tesla charging, but it's not a Tesla, and I like that. Let me explain what I mean. As a car enthusiast, I find Teslas boring because they're everywhere, and I want to drive something unique. Well, Rich, why would you want to drive something unique when you could just drive, quote-unquote, the best EV there is? Well, truth is, everyone likes to be seen a little, okay? We're human. Like, we like cool stuff that no one else has. Like when people wrap their cars and post pictures of it, why'd you wrap it and post pictures of it? Because you want people to see it. You want to spend more money to be different, and that is fine. Why'd you trim your beard? Cut your nose hairs? Because you don't want people to run away when they see you. It's like fishing. You post photos of the fish you caught because you want people to see the kind of fish you're able to catch. Why do you post pictures of your wife and kids? Because you're proud. And that's why exotic rental car places exist. And do you know why most people rent exotic cars during the day? To be seen. Now you might say, Rich, you're super vain. And that's a lie because I dress like I'm an abject poverty every day, and I have a patchy beard, and I wear dirty sweatpants, and my clothes usually have stains on them from the food I ate yesterday. But when I'm driving around town, you know what my favorite thing to hear is? Who's the homeless guy in the Porsche? So I want to give you guys a buyer's guide to all those that need it, because the truth is, out of every single available EV and also every single available non-EV for the masses, the Tesla Model 3 and the Model Y are probably still the best value vehicles you could possibly buy for a car and SUV. I really think it is. For you. Firstly, I'd rather put my money in an M3 and an Audi RS3 over a Model 3, but that's just me. But there are shortcomings. Now, it's not all rainbows and unicorns here. The service still is not great, the build quality still needs work, and God forbid you have an issue and you want to talk to someone that can actually answer your question that isn't wearing an Elon Musk flavored rosary bead around their neck. If you look on Tesla forums, every other post is, I demand my money back because Tesla lowered their price, and it's generally an awful place to be. Now, the best Model 3 owners are the ones that stay off the forums and enjoy their cars, and the ones that modify their cars for the track are hands down better than everyone else. Everyone else, kinda awful, but it's a great little car. The Model 3 is like the girl in class who's really smart, funny, great personality. She rescues animals, comes from a good home, valedictorian, but is really unfortunate looking on the attraction scale. She's about a 2 out of 10, and she looks like a medieval peasant. But she's really nice, and when you tell people you're dating her, it's kind of like driving a Model 3. People react like, wow, you know, you really made a choice. Good for you, man. Enjoy that Model 3. It's good, and it's wholesome, just like her. Matter of fact, I'm proud to be an American because everyone is buying a Model 3, and I like that. It's sterile, and you deserve sterile. I don't want a Model 3 personally. I don't want the smart girl. I want an art major who could never survive on her own. She's a 9 out of 10, and her favorite activities are playing with rocks and sticks. Simple. I want her to ask me how magnets work. I want to hold her hand in public. I want a McLaren 720S. I want the girl that makes heads turn, but I can't afford a 720S. So what I'll do is I'll say I'm happy with my Model 3, and I don't need a 720. Okay? The Plaid's faster anyways, and it's a third the price of a 720S. That's what helps me justify my purchase. I'm gonna lie to myself, okay? The 720 is a gas guzzler, and it doesn't have apps, and you can't watch Netflix in a 720. It doesn't drive itself. No thanks. I'll keep my Model 3, thank you. So to help you buy a Tesla, let's do the work, shall we? If you were to buy new here, Tesla conveniently has no long-range Model 3, forcing a $10,000 upgrade if you want more range. This is a ruthless marketing tactic, but it works, and Tesla is a for-profit company. When will people realize this? They are here to make money, and they're doing that better than anyone else. Toyota makes about $1,200 to $2,700 per vehicle, and Tesla makes about 8 times that in some cases, beating Toyota's net profit margin since it went public. Teslas cost about $36,000 to make, but they sell for $10,000 more. And guess what? The average Tesla price is still significantly higher than that. If you factor in a price for a color change and a price for wheels and a price for interior, you know what's even more cute? The Model S sells for significantly more and costs very similar to the make as the Model 3. You want internet? Subscription fee. Electricity to supercharger? You gotta pay a fee. Far more than you'd pay to plug it at home. Oh, you want autopilot? 15 grand. How about no? Is it worth 15 grand? No, it is not. Unless you just want to give Tesla money again, it's a profit company. For a while, a used Tesla even outpaced the cost of a new one because supply and demand. If you buy used now, know that the prices are not stabilized yet. People still think their cars are worth something more than it is because they were told their upgrades matter. But the truth is, full self-driving, autopilot, or any other software mod is not increasing the cost, and Tesla reserves the right to pull them from a car when ownership changes. Chances are they're hoping you're a sucker and didn't see Tesla prices fluctuate, or you don't know the difference between FSD capability and what is actually installed in the car. It is a big deal. And in a weird turn of events, if you own a Tesla and you bought FSD when it was thousands less and you want to upgrade, you can't take the FSD with you. Buy it again for way more, which is an interesting business choice. I give out this free information because I don't want anyone to get screwed. Owning a Tesla is probably the best car choice, again for you, but the downsides still exist are cold weather, the range is about 20 to 30% less because lithium-ion batteries don't like the cold, and service. Tesla is still lagging, and if your car has an issue and you come from a Toyota or Honda or any other manufacturer, just know that Tesla will hold on to your vehicle longer than any of them because they are still understaffed. Fortunately, there's another solution. Here's the thing. If you're a car enthusiast, you just might like some vibration, noise, and feedback and analog power that can be modified. And there's different walks of life and different cars for different people. I won't say one size fits all, but the Model 3 and Model Y are great choices for you. Not me, but you. Steven, the first thing you do when you get into a Tesla, what does it want? It wants money. Please enter your payment method to continue to drive. I don't... Dude, I never seen a screen this big. I'm used to seeing the Model 3 screens. There's a lot going on in here. Is this the drive? Is this the swipe to drive?
Yes.
Okay, well, we don't do that. But no, this is, in terms of speed, again, now I'm at the maps. Let's go to the satellite view. Was that? No, that's not. That's charging. There we go. A lot faster, too. Yeah, this is,
Compared to any other car.
literally any other car. Look at this. There's Steam on. You can play games. I don't know. I'm gonna say this is a pretty neat interface. What's this? Rare entertainment. Oh, look at this. Type of power fan. I know everyone like watching this has done this a million times before, probably, but this is my first time really playing with this, and this is actually pretty cool. Look at this. There's a wrecked one right there.
Demand problems?
Look at that, man. These things are everywhere. And it's all Model Ys and Model 3s and the occasional bloated Model X. Look at this bloated. Look at that bloat. Are they on sale? Look, that one's gray.
Yeah.
That one's gray. This one is also gray. How do you stand out? Dude, this place is totally different. Remember, there were no cars here before.
Yeah.
There's a million cars here now.
They're ready to go.
Imagine ordering a Tesla, it's showing up here and be like, oh, which one's yours? Is it the gray? Was it the other gray one? Was the other gray one?
Just
No, this
keeps
place is totally different now. This is insane. This is also Tesla's overflow lot as well, apparently.
Yeah,
the rest of the mall. Any mall you go to that has a Tesla dealership at it,
you're stuck.
You're not going anywhere.
No.
So now I can't get into Sleep Number.
Sleep Number. There it
Tesla,
is.
good for you. I am terrified. You know, the Model X is having issues again. And I just don't want to bring it here. If there was only another place I could bring
Just one more solution
a third-party EV repair shop to,
that you know will take care of it.
that I know will take care of it with friendly customer service. You know how they have the whole controversy about, oh, the cobalt mining and stuff. Is that really a thing for Teslas? Do they not use as much? I'm not really educated or well-versed with that. Because, you know, they talk about cobalt mining and how dangerous it is for the environment. But do they actually use that much? Like, I don't really know what's going on. Like, I buy cars not for the environmental impact, but there are a lot of articles stating that, you know, cobalt mining, lithium mining were all bad for the environment. Is that true?
It's on 10 to 20% of the battery.
Okay.
It's not much.
Yeah, so who cares?
We're just making a lot of...
Steven, mark my word, if it was 200%, I still wouldn't care. Or better yet, it's almost like it's akin to actually diamonds. Remember the whole diamond issue?
Blood diamonds.
Blood diamonds, right? Yeah. Where you have diamonds that are grown in a lab are better, they're clearer, they're cheaper, and they're better in almost every single way than a regular diamond. But people still insist, no, I'd rather people die to have my diamonds.
Yeah, I'd rather the blood's on my hands.
On my hands.
On my literal hand.
I'm in that camp.
It is kind of funny that diamonds never did go out. You know, after all the information.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like people all the time.
Still getting engaged
like,
that way.
We live in a society where people complain about everything.
Yep.
Right? But no one's talking about that. Like, there's no boycott for blood diamond. Like, seriously, is there?
You could hand a girl a pearl, peridot, ruby,
seriously,
sapphire, emerald.
Yeah.
It's gotta be this piece of carbon.
No, I want to. Was someone hurt making this? I'll take two at the same time. How is that okay? Do you know why?
Hello. Do you speak English? Okay, I am speaking English. I am a photographer. You are so beautiful and style very, very good. Take your photo.
So many lies that I found. Blood and
Hello.
This little machine, this one right here, that I can hold in my hands, has more power than a base Mac Pro.
Let's see if that's true.
Last year when the M1 version of the Mac Mini came out, I picked one up because I wanted to see how a $699 computer compared to my $13,000 Mac Pro. Now, as Marquez suggests, the base model Mac Pro, which actually is this one from a CPU standard, I just added a GPU, bunch of RAM, and some storage, but this is the 8-core Mac Pro, and in this video, I want to test out the new, cheaper $599 M2 Mac Mini. Let's see how depressed I can get in this video, shall we? I've also owned the M1 MacBook Pro, again, base model, 8 gig. So I thought it'd be fun to compare all three of these computers from a video editor's perspective. The size of this computer is just ridiculously small. There we go. I solved my problem. I now have a M2 Mac Pro. But in all seriousness, this is what I'm hoping for. Apple can come out with something like this that has a PCI slot in the back, plug it in right there, turns off the Intel chip and activates the M chip. Engineers, figure it out. I don't know. Alrighty, I got all of my computers set up. So as you can see, we have the Mac Pro back here. I have my M1 MacBook Pro right here. And then on this, we have the M2 Mac Mini hooked up. So basically, I just want to run a handful of real world tests comparing all three of these computers to see where they stand in terms of video editing. The first test I think is fair is before we even jump into DaVinci Resolve. So just run a disk speed test. So first, let's test the MacBook Pro. We're just going to select desktop and start. Reads are, oh, they were solid. M1 MacBook Pro, not that impressive. Now I actually want to test the M2 Mac Mini. Wow, much better than the M1 MacBook Pro. Pretty consistent speeds running both times there. I don't know if it's consistent where it's an M1 and M2 thing or a Mac Mini versus MacBook Pro thing, but whatever SSD they're using in the Mac Mini is definitely a lot better performing than last year's MacBook Pro. Again, the base model 13. All right, so then there's my Mac Pro, which actually the internal drives that it came with, the 256 gigs from Apple, are some of the slowest SSDs in any Apple computer. Honestly, they're probably on par with the M1 MacBook Pros, but I can't even test those right now because I don't use that drive as a startup disk. I don't use that drive at all. I actually installed a 2 terabyte NVMe SSD, and so that's what we'll test as my desktop. But then I'm also going to show you what I edit off of, which is a 16 terabytes OWC Excelsior 8M2. Well, that's a mouthful. All right, so first we're going to select just the desktop here. So this is that 2 terabyte NVMe. And we can see it is already kicking butt of both the other base model M1 and M2 machines, rocking over 2,000 megabytes per second. And this was an extremely cheap NVMe SSD. This was not an expensive one, top of line Samsung or something. I don't even remember the brand. I'll try to show the Amazon listing, but I think we got it for like 150, maybe 200 bucks for a 2 terabyte. But now let's check out the Excelsior drive. So I call my initial focus active. This is where I have all of my YouTube projects and everything I edit off of. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Over 5,000 writes and almost 7,000 reads. So definitely hard drive performance. We can start this video off strong. It goes to the much more expensive Mac Pro. So something that I don't think really matters, but it kind of gets on my nerves each time and why I hate Adobe products is I want to see how long it takes to open DaVinci Resolve and get the project open on each computer. Because when I was setting up the M2 Mac Mini, I was like, this feels really fast to open up Resolve. All right, so first the M1 MacBook Pro. 3, 2, 1, go. Project open. All of our media isn't linked, but I just want to get the project open. So 32 seconds for the M1 MacBook Pro. Not terrible. Now for my Mac Pro. 3, 2, 1, click. It's open. 38 seconds, so 6 seconds slower than the base M1 MacBook Pro. Again, am I actually gonna be really mad about a 6-second difference for opening a program? Not really, but still a little depressing. All right, and finally the M2 Mac Mini. Actually, I have to put it over here on the table. 3, 2, 1. Woo! 25 seconds, a whole 7 seconds faster than the M1 MacBook Pro, 13 seconds faster than the Mac Pro for $599. So now that we have the actual project open, let's talk about the experience of editing on each computer. Now, just for reference, this is a 48-hour film festival project that I did, actually won best editing for it, 6.5 minutes or so. Pretty much every clip has noise reduction. The project file is 4960 by 2160, so it's 4K project. All right, and so currently on the MacBook Pro, scrubbing through, everything is quite laggy. Every time I scrub the playhead, it's a solid probably 5 or 6 seconds before it jumps to the next clip. And if I were to play back anything with all my effects on, we're playing back at literally like between 1 and 5 frames. It's pretty rough. Now, if I turn off all of my effects, it actually plays at real time. And this has always impressed me about these base model M chips. They're just so ridiculously powerful. I wouldn't expect a computer of this price point to be able to play back a project like this with files like this with full color grades on. Now, if I turn all my effects back on, what happens if I just change my playback to quarter resolution instead of full? It actually plays back pretty well. Let me go to a little bit more complex scene here. Again, the lag in between stuff.
You never let me finish.
As an editing experience, it's a little frustrating. This is where definitely that 16 gigs of RAM version, or going up to like the M1 Pro and M2 Pro, the bigger chips will have its benefits. This video is sponsored by Detail. Have you ever been recording a video and wanted a second angle, but either don't have another camera or don't want a bunch of cables lying around? Detail is a fantastic app that allows you to use your iPhone, iPads, or any iOS device as a secondary camera to your Mac, easily creating an awesome multicam experience. And not only can you record, but also edit and add different effects, all within one app, allowing you to create amazing vertical and horizontal content for all social media platforms. And with their brand new AI tools, you can generate custom titles, keywords, transcribe your video, and even pull out highlights from long-form content. Detail is currently free to download and play around with, and if you want to get 3 months free before the Pro plan comes out, definitely check out the link in the description below to check it out. Thanks Detail for sponsoring today's video. All right, so editing on the Mac Pro. So obviously this has been my primary machine for the past 2.5, 3 years or so. Again, the same exact project file, 4K. Currently our playback is set to full. And scrubbing around the project, there's really no lag going between clips. I can scrub and it keeps up with me. I can click around to different scenes, and there's essentially no lag no matter what type of clip I go to. It basically immediately plays back at full frame rates, full effects on, no issues, no real lag whatsoever. A lot of times if I'm working with 6K project files, that's where I'll have to go into my playback settings and go to like quarter resolution. But honestly, this project, like I edited it in a 4K timeline, and at no point was I having any issues. Even if I go to this scene, which we accidentally shot at a really high ISO, and so it's ridiculously noisy, has a ton of noise reduction on it. But yeah, no issues playing back that whatsoever. So the editing experience on here has always been just really fun. Again, we have to realize, like, yes, newer stuff is probably going to be better, and it's probably going to be better for cheaper, but the thing that I currently have does what I need it to do with flying colors, and so that's what's really important to me. All right, so now we're finally on the M2 Mac Mini. Once again, same project file open. Clicking around, it's definitely way faster than the M1 MacBook Pro, but it still is lagging behind a little bit from my clicks. You can see me click on a scene, and then it kind of takes a couple seconds to catch up, sometimes faster than others, I'm guessing depending on the complexity of the clip. If I go to play back anything, it's struggling seemingly about the same as the M1 MacBook Pro, maybe marginally better. By the way, the reason I'm not like screen capturing any of the screens is because I find that hinders performance so much, and sometimes the screen capture causes things to be even more laggy. And so I know you can't perfectly see what's going on the screen. It's a more real-world representation of how the computer is going to perform when you're actually editing. Seems kind of frozen now, to be honest. First, just like the M1, let me turn off, kind of caught up with us here. Instantly becomes way more responsive, jumping around to different clips, no more lag, and when I go to playback, it just immediately plays at full frame rate.
Honestly, it's been great, but
Even get some graphics going. Yeah, no issue whatsoever. If I turn back on effects, quarter res.
recently won the largest jackpot on record. 3. How's life changed since winning? Honestly, it's been great, but
Playing pretty much smoothly. Once it got to that lower third graphic, there was kind of some issues there. And again, there's no cache files, there's no proxy files. This is all just working with the raw B-raw files. So again, going with the 16 gigs of RAM, or the M2 actually has the option for the M2 Pro chip, I believe. I expect those to perform significantly better. But for a $599 machine, I mean, edit with the effects turned off, edit in quarter resolution before you export, and this machine is killer for anyone getting started in video editing and even intermediate. But speaking of finalizing, the final test I want to run through is how fast can each machine export the final output, because that is something that used to annoy the heck out of me on my old trash can Mac Pro, because exports took forever. And when you're not very busy, that doesn't sound like a big deal. You just hit export, and who cares if it takes a couple hours? You can just go do other stuff, come back, and it's exporting. But when you have clients and deadlines and brands and all these different things, and you're trying to output multiple pieces of content a day, you need things to export very quickly. So I am fascinated to know what the export time difference for all of the same project and the same settings will be. So since we're already here, let's start with the M2 Mac Mini. So we're simply just going to go to the deliver page. I'm just going to call this M2 Mac Mini. Just a nice H.264 file, although some people are going to debate me saying I should have done H.265. So I'll see what both is for all three computers. So, all right, and we're going to hit render on both of those, so I'll do them sequentially, and it's already chugging along. So let's go ahead and do the same thing on the other two computers here. Right, so deliver page, M1 MacBook Pro, and render for MacBook Pro. And finally, my beloved Mac Pro. We got both H.264 and H.265 set up. We'll hit render. Now we have all 3 machines going, and we'll check back in a few minutes to see where everything is at. Holy good night. This is what I was talking about before of like, I don't have time to wait all day for render. All right, first the MacBook Pro. It's actually still going on the H.265, but we can see that the H.264 render took 55 minutes, basically almost an hour to export the 6.5 minute film. All right, what about the M2 Mac Mini? Again, this actually aired out a bunch because of some weird fusion clip. I don't fully blame the computer because I've had that issue every once in a while on my Mac Pro and every type of computers, but I had to restart it like 3 times before it finally would export the whole thing. Again, it's still going on the H.265, but the H.264 completed in 30 minutes, 29:30 to be exact. So definitely a big improvement over the M1, but still a decent amount of time.
MacBooks! We just spent over $7 grand so we can unbox them for you and probably make Mac people mad. We're gonna do the 14-inch first because I like it more. The 16's too heavy. The smell of Apple products when you first open them is absolutely fantastic. This smells like how a new laptop should smell. Excellent job, guys. Big feature here for the M2 generation, the MagSafe port, or adapter color match to your laptop. Oh, stickers! Oh, we know what happens when there's stickers in the box. One of the worst things I've ever done. MacBook Pro, that's what it is. Normally in these, it tells you to plug it in and turn it on. I don't see that here, so I'm gonna be absolutely lost. For the charger, we get 67 watts, and in my experience using the 14-inch MacBook Pro, this thing gives you battery life fast. It is absolutely fantastic how it just...
I declined to answer the question. I declined to answer the question. Same answer.
Anything you say in this examination will be used in a civil proceeding, and that can include a civil enforcement proceeding or a criminal match. Do you understand?
Okay.
Then yes.
I don't know what I'll do wrong, but I'll do what you just, to be honest. There has never been another president, or perhaps even another politician, who has been persecuted, harassed, and in every other way unfairly treated like President Donald J. Trump.
Trump, I take you
For all of the reasons provided in my answer, which is incorporated herein in its entirety, I decline to answer the question.
Statement of financial condition for 2011 contained false statements about that.
Statement.
Old post office property, or been able to provide the renovation of the property.
I have absolutely no choice because the current administration and many prosecutors in this country have lost all moral and ethical bounds of decency. Anyone in my position not taking the Fifth Amendment would be a fool, an absolute fool.
How do you feel, Mr. Trump? How do you feel?
President of the United States.
Rampage. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Welcome to the Making Sense Podcast. This is Sam Harris. Today I'm speaking with Barry Weiss, Michael Schellenberger, and Renee DiResta. Barry is the founder and editor of the Free Press and host of the podcast Honesty. From 2017 to 2020, he was an opinion writer and editor at the New York Times. for that op-ed and book editor of Walking Terms, senior editor at Market Magazine. I highly recommend that you sign up for her newsletter. You can find that at FT.com. Schellenberger is the best-known author of The San Francisco, Why Progressives Ruin Cities, and also Apocalypse Never, Why Environmental Alarmism Hurts Us All. He's been called an environmental guru, climate guru, North America's leading public intellectual on clean energy, and a high priest of the pro-human environmental movement. He is the founder and president of Environmental Progress, an independent nonprofit research organization that incubates ideas, leaders, and movements, and a co-founder of the California Peace Coalition, an alliance of parents of children killed by fentanyl, as well as parents of homeless addicts and recovering addicts. And he also has a newsletter over on Substack titled Public. And finally, Renee DiResta is the technical research manager of the Stanford Internet Observatory, a cross-disciplinary program of research, teaching, and policy engagement for the study of abuse in current information technologies. Renee led an investigation into the Russian Internet Research Agency's multi-year effort to manipulate American society, and she studied influence operations and computational propaganda in the context of pseudo-conspiracies, terrorist activity, and state-sponsored information warfare. She's advised Congress, the State Department, and other academic, civil society, and business organizations. She also regularly writes and speaks about these issues, and is an ideas contributor at Wired and Atlantic. And she appeared in the Netflix documentary you might have seen, Social Dilemma. So this is a conversation about what I consider to be a very important issue. We focus through the lens of the so-called Twitter files, but it really is a conversation about the loss of public trust in institutions, and the way social media seems to have facilitated that. And one thing you might hear in this conversation at various points is a tension between what is often thought of as elitism and populism. And I should say up front, in that particular contest, I am an unabashed elitist. But that doesn't mean what most people think it means. To me, it has nothing to do with class or even formal education. It has to do with an honest appreciation for differences in competence, wherever those differences matter. You know, when I call a plumber, I have called him for a reason. The reason is I have a problem I can't solve. Right? I don't know a damn thing about plumbing. So when my house is flooding with sewage, stacking up from the street, and the plumber arrives, that man is my God. Jesus never received the looks of greater admiration than I have cast upon my plumber in a time of need. And so it is with a surgeon, or a lawyer, or an airline pilot, whenever there is an emergency. There is such a thing as expertise, and we are right to know it, because the alternative is ignorance, and incompetence, and needless suffering, and untimely death. Without plumbers, we live in our own filth. And we've been doing that online for many years now, and it's getting disgusting. Of course, I'm not saying that we should blindly trust experts, and I'm not saying experts haven't failed us in shocking ways, but we are shocked against a background assumption that expertise is a real thing, and that our institutions have a responsibility to provide it. If you didn't think expertise was real, then there would be no basis to be disappointed when our most esteemed institutions fail to function. And of course, there are whole fields of pseudo-expertise. I've often criticized organized religion for this. You ask a Catholic bishop about the Holy Spirit, or about the problem of human evil, and you will get a lot of fake knowledge aimed at your brain. We could add a few branches of the humanities here, along with scientific results that don't replicate, but are still widely believed. And there are surely situations where real experts, thinking about real problems, can have their thinking distorted by bad incentives. It is absolutely true that institutions become corrupt. All of this is true, and yet none of this suggests that the solution to our problems is for everyone to just, quote, do their own research. Of course, now we have ChatGPT, which would seem to make doing your own research more promising. Eventually, I think it will. I think that many things will become like chess. What's the best next move in a game of chess? Should you ask the best human player on Earth, or should you ask a computer? The answer now is you should ask a computer, and that will be the answer for as long as computers are computers and we remain apes. I think many other areas of human intelligence will be toppled in just this way. But not yet. Someone on my team asked ChatGPT why I left Twitter, and it produced the following paragraph. Sam Harris quit Twitter in December 2018. I wish I had quit in December 2018. It took me 4 years longer. He cited the platform's inability to handle discussions about controversial topics. without devolving into toxicity and harassment. That's the main reason for his activity. I agree with that, but that's not really what I said. At least I'm not aware of saying that anyway. In a blog post, Harris wrote, quote, Twitter is now one of the worst possible forums for the exchange of ideas, and that he had grown, quote, increasingly disturbed by the way the platform, quote, amplifies the very worst aspects of our culture. I'm actually not sure if those are accurate quotes from somewhere or not, but I definitely didn't write anything in a blog post. He also expressed his dissatisfaction with the way Twitter is used to silence dissenting voices and spread misinformation. After quitting Twitter, Harris continued to communicate with his audience through other means, including his website and podcast. Okay, well, it appears to know that I have a podcast, but it seems that our robot overlords haven't quite arrived yet, and so we still need to rely on human experts for a while. This point between elitism and populism comes down to the following point. Not everyone's opinion is valuable. On many, many topics, my opinion isn't valuable. I shouldn't even have an opinion. Having a strong opinion when you know nothing about a topic, it's your political right, sure, but it's also a symptom of a psychological problem. Having a society filled with such people becomes a social problem. And social media has been a vector of strong, divisive, unfounded opinions and lies for over a decade. I mean, really, you just have to react to that thing that AOC said, about that thing that Tucker Carlson said, about that thing the cops may or may not have done in a city you've never been to, and will never go to even if you live 1,000 years. And then you need to respond to all the people who didn't understand what you meant, or who were just pretending not to understand what you meant. And you're going to do this 12 times a day? For what, the rest of your life? Or you're not going to do that, you're just going to watch other people do it every day? And then what, you're going to find your real life in between all of that scrolling? What an astounding waste of time that was. But the social consequences of our spending time and attention this way are well worth talking about. And the question of whether it's possible to build a social network that is genuinely good for us is a very important one. And those are among the topics of today's podcast. But I want you to keep a few distinctions in mind, because there's been an extraordinary amount of misinformation spread about what I think about free speech and content moderation and censorship online. So I just want to put a few clear landmarks in here. The first is that I absolutely support the right of anyone, anywhere, to say almost anything. I don't think people should be jailed for bad opinions. So, for instance, I don't think the laws against Holocaust denial that exist in certain European countries are good. As much as I agree that it's insane and odious to deny the Holocaust, people should be free to do it. Now, the question of whether they should be free to do it on a social media platform must be decided by the people who own and run the platform. And here I think people should be generally free to create whatever platforms they want. So Elon now owns Twitter. I think he should be free to kick the Nazis off the platform, if that's what he wants to do. I might not agree with his specific choices. He kicked Kanye West off the platform for tweeting a swastika inside a Jewish star. I honestly doubt I would have done that. I mean, can you really have a terms of service that doesn't allow for weird swastikas? That seems impossible to enforce coherently. But the point is, I think Elon and Twitter should be free to moderate their platform however they want. Conversely, I think a Nazi should have been free to buy Twitter and kick all the non-Nazis off the platform. Twitter is a company. It should be free to destroy itself and to inspire competitors. And many people think it's in the process of doing just that. And it remains an open and interesting question what to do when the Nazis, or the semi-Nazis, start using your social media platform. And similar questions arise about people who spread misinformation, or what seems to be misinformation. But where's the line between necessary debate, which I agree we should have about things like how to run an election, or vaccine safety? But where's the line between debating these things and simply making it impossible for people to cooperate when they really must cooperate? For instance, after an election, when you have a sitting president lying about the results being totally fraudulent, or during a global pandemic, when the healthcare systems in several countries seem on the verge of collapse. There is a line here, and it might always be impossible to know if we're on the right side of that line. It's simply not enough to say that sunlight is the best disinfectant, because we have built tools that give an asymmetric advantage to liars and lunatics. We really have done that. Social media is not a level playing field. And the idea that we are powerless to correct this problem, because any efforts we make amount to, quote, censorship, is insane. It's childish. It's masochistic. And it is demonstrably harming society. But this is a hard problem to solve, as we're about to hear. As I said, we take the Twitter Files release as our focus. because both Barry and
In
Michael
today's
were
video, an
involved in that
experienced
release.
outdoorsman and
But the four of
Forest
us
Service
speak
law enforcement officer was brutally mauled and killed while riding his bike in the trails. Hit that like button and subscribe right now. This is the terrifying grizzly bear attack on Brad Treat. Welcome to Final Affliction. West Glacier, Montana is a place full of breathtaking beauty. This small town is nestled in the heart of the famous Rocky Mountains, surrounded by towering peaks, sparkling rivers, and dense forests. It boasts over 700 miles of hiking trails, countless crystal clear lakes, and a vast array of wildlife. It is home to the Glacier National Park, from which locals as well as visitors can spot grizzly bears roaming the hillsides, moose wading in the waters, and eagles soaring overhead high in the skies. It is truly a place where the natural world takes center stage as the beauty of the outdoors is on full display. Brad Treat was a Forest Service law enforcement officer in the Flathead National Forest. He and his wife Summer Treat lived south of the Glacier National Park, a prime location that gave them unrestricted access to the Green Gate hiking trails. From their backyard, the couple was able to see the breathtaking views of the surrounding landscape. From a vast expanse of towering trees to rolling hills with sparkling streams, to them it was all they needed. I mean, what more could they ask for? It was a haven for outdoor enthusiasts, and boy did they love hiking and biking on this trail. Every morning, Bradley would jog alongside his wife for hours. He would also bike on the trails as many as 6 times a week, and being competitive, he would push himself harder to beat his previous record. And so it was no surprise when on the 29th of June 2016, Bradley invited his friend, whom we will refer to as Josh in this video, for biking on the trail. It was Josh's first mountain bike ride ever, and he was more than excited to join Bradley. It was a sunny Wednesday and the clocks were striking 1:30 p.m. when Bradley and his friend Josh hopped on their bikes and cycled to the trail. Being the first time for Josh, the rush of adrenaline and the feeling of freedom was unbeatable as they tackled twists and turns on the Green Gate hiking trail. As they navigated through the dense forests and over the rocky paths, they couldn't help but enjoy the exhilarating experience. The rugged terrain and natural obstacles provided a thrilling challenge. The wind whipped through their hair, and all they could hear was the crunching of gravel and dry leaves under their tires. They wanted more. Bradley, who was more familiar with the trail, found himself drawn into the moment, and he cycled like never before. He was cycling at a speed of 25 miles per hour, which is equivalent to a coyote chasing its prey at top speed. The crisp, fresh air filled his lungs, invigorating him with each breath. The trail was narrow with dense forest cover and thickets on both sides. They weren't planning on biking for long and thus had carried no bear spray, cell phones, or even rifles in case they encountered an aggressive animal while on the trail. The extras would also be heavy and tedious to cycle with, hence they saw no need of carrying them. Soon, Bradley was already leaving a gap between him and his friend Josh, who was struggling to keep up with his pace. He was leading the trail, and as he was negotiating a sharp blind corner, he slammed into something huge. His speed and the thick forest cover on the sides of the trail had obscured his view beyond the corner. He didn't have time to steer evasively or even skid to avoid the collision. It was a huge grizzly bear. The collision bolted Bradley into the handlebars of his bike and then over the bear. Newton's first law, or as we like to call it, the law of inertia, was in play. He knew that he would come thudding into the ground, and so he tried to break his fall with his hands. The impact of the fall made him break both of his wrists as well as his left scapula. Josh, who was 25 yards behind on the trail, heard the collision followed by a loud growl from the bear as if it was hurt. He couldn't see the bear or his friend Bradley, but he instinctively knew that something was amiss. He slowed down around the curve just in time to see the bear standing over Bradley. Standing on its hind legs, the bear towered over Bradley with its keen, piercing eyes fixated on him. Its massive body was covered in shaggy fur, the color of honey, but it was visibly mad over the collision. Josh and Bradley were scared and humbled by its presence. At this moment, Bradley was in excruciating pain. He tried to crawl away, but his efforts were futile. The bear let out a deafening roar with its sharp claws extended and ready to attack. It swiped at him. With the claws tearing through his flesh, blood spilled onto the ground, mixing with the dirt and the leaves. Bradley knew that he had met the raw power of nature in this untamed wilderness. His movements grew sluggish and weak as the bear continued swiping its claws and biting him. His helmet was crushed into pieces by the bear's mighty biting force. Bradley was helpless. With no bear spray, a rifle, or a cell phone, Josh knew that he couldn't confront the bear. For a moment, he froze. Fear gripped his heart like a vice. He didn't know what to do to save his friend, but he knew that he had to get help. The bear had all its attention turned to Bradley and didn't notice the presence of Josh. With this narrow window of escape, Josh got on his bike and pedaled as fast as he could. His legs pumped frantically as the forest whipped past him in a blur while he navigated the rugged terrain. He leaned into the winding trail, narrowly avoiding colliding with trees and branches as he raced back the direction they had taken towards help. From afar, he heard the sound of vehicles and pushed himself harder, desperate to reach the highway before it was too late for Bradley. The vehicles were traveling on Highway 2, which was approximately 1 mile away from the trail. This meant that Josh couldn't continue cycling as the shortest route was through the thick forest. He had to bushwhack off trail. He clutched his bike tightly to his side, the metal frame clanging against the trees as he stumbled through the underbrush. His breaths came in ragged gasps as he tried to make ground on Highway 2. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat as the sun beat down on him, making him feel as though he was running through a sauna. He pictured Bradley crying for his help, an image that made him redouble his efforts. He saw the highway up ahead and continued to push himself to the limit. As he burst into the open, Josh saw a vehicle that he flagged down amidst his gasp for air. His lungs were burning. He was immediately driven to a phone where he called the 911 dispatch team. The initial police respondents then promptly arrived at the scene of the attack. They found Bradley's lifeless body in a pool of blood and his bike next to him with his helmet bitten to pieces. He was confirmed dead with none of his body parts mauled by the bear. Forensic analysis of the hair and swab samples collected from Bradley and his helmet indicated that the tenacious beast was an 18 to 20-year-old male grizzly bear that had no prior incidents of human-bear conflict. It was estimated to weigh 370 pounds, showing how enormous the bear really was. Since grizzly bears in Montana are federally protected under the Endangered Species Act, Bradley's incident was probed by a board consisting of Natural Resource Agency employees. Investigations from the attack scene showed that the confrontation was not a predatory attack, but rather a surprise contact. The bear was probably on the wrong trail at the wrong time, and so was Bradley. The conclusion to the findings was drawn from the facts that no part of Bradley's body had been consumed by the bear and also that he had not been buried. This is because bears have the custom of covering items they intend to store and return to use or maul later. They cover them with any available debris and dirt and use their strong sense of smell to retrace their steps, returning to their kill at a later time. Despite the forest being home to over 1,000 grizzly bears, Bradley's encounter was the first incident in Montana where a biker had been killed by a bear. His wife, Summer Treat, urged people to remember Bradley for his service and not for the gruesome way he died. It was a tragic reminder of the dangers that lurk in the wilderness and the need to always be prepared. While attacks like this are rare, once a grizzly targets you, chances are you're about to meet your final affliction. In today's video,
Today I put together some of the most savage bear attack stories I've covered on this channel so far. These stories include killer polar bears attacking students on a school trip, a man-eating grizzly bear on a 5-day rampage, and much more. Hit that like button and subscribe right now. These are some of the most disturbing bear attack stories you will ever hear. Welcome to Final Affliction. In one of the world's most northwestern areas, in between Norway and the North Pole, you would find a cluster of small islands known as Svalbard. Although conditions are very harsh and the landscape desolate, you can still find about 2,500 people living on Svalbard, fighting with the elements every day. If the freezing temperatures and frequent snowstorms were not enough to contend with, the residents are also outnumbered by one of the deadliest predators in the world, the polar bear. There are frequent bear attacks as the animals search for food, and frequent deaths as a result for both people and the polar bears. Despite these risks, Svalbard is known for having a beautiful variety of Arctic wildlife, some that can only be seen on Svalbard itself. Tourists come to the area to see Svalbard reindeers, Arctic foxes, walruses, and a number of seal and whale species. Many also come to specifically see the polar bears, as their numbers are still decreasing, so many believe it may be their last chance to see this amazing animal in the wild. However, extra care must be taken around these animals, or the worst might happen. Horatio Chappell was just 17 years old in 2011 when he visited Svalbard with the British Schools Exploring Society for an adventure holiday. His parents were concerned about the possibility of bear attacks, but were told that many safety precautions were in place, and so they relented and allowed him to go. He was described as inquisitive, hardworking, and determined, and was well liked by his peers. He had a passion for medicine and was expected to become a brilliant doctor. However, this trip would change everything, and unfortunately, Horatio would not be able to fulfill his dreams. The group arrived in Svalbard on July 23, 2011, which consisted of 80 people in total, including adults and teenagers. The trip was supposed to be over a month long, with long hikes and cramped tents, but memories for a lifetime. The group was very excited for the expedition and to begin exploring. 2 weeks had passed and they were halfway through their trip. Everyone was now firm friends and they bonded over the hardships of their experiences. Horatio was having an amazing trip, and on August 5th, he went to sleep in his tent, feeling excited about what the next day would hold. Earlier that day, the group had seen some polar bear footprints, but as the animal was common in this area, there was no immediate concern, and they were simply amazed to see any sign of the bears. Unfortunately, that night, the camp would be attacked by a starving male bear, and Horatio would be killed. That night, Horatio was sharing his tent with 2 other friends, Scott Bennell Smith, 16, and Patrick Flinders, 17. At around 7:30 a.m., Scott was suddenly awoken by the tent shaking. He thought he was being shaken awake by someone when suddenly, the tent was ripped apart by a skinny male polar bear. It was clear that he hadn't eaten for some time, which many believed fueled the bear's aggression toward the group. As the bear struck out, he hit both Scott and Patrick, who sustained head and back injuries. Patrick, who had survived the terrifying attack but was left with horrifying facial scars, later recalled what happened that night. While sleeping in his tent, he was woke up from the tent being shaken violently. Within seconds, the tent collapsed down on him and his friends with great force. By the time he lifted the collapsed tent's fabric away from his face, an aggressive polar bear began swiping and snapping at his face. Its claws were huge and sliced through his skin effortlessly. The blood around its mouth and nose were easy to see because of its white fur, and at this moment, Patrick thought he was going to die. Patrick threw his arms in front of his face to protect himself from the attack when suddenly, he felt the bear's teeth clamp down around his elbow and the bear forcing his arm away from his face before biting down on his skull. "I could hear it crack," he said, and then I heard a growl which was deafening because I was so up close. In a last-ditch effort to save himself from being devoured by the bear, he punched the bear repeatedly in the face until it miraculously let him go and set its sights on Horatio. Matthew Burke was in another tent, but he awoke by the screams of his friends as they shouted to alert the camp of the bear. He saw Horatio being dragged along the snow. The bear had a firm grip upon his head, and when it let go, it reared up and slammed itself down onto Horatio's body. It's thought that if he hadn't been killed by the severe head injury that had already occurred, this was the moment Horatio sadly passed away. The group panicked and the noise woke one of the adults, Michael Reed, 29. He grabbed a rifle and left the tent, aimed to save the young man. He lined up the shot, cocked the rifle, and fired, but the bullets fell to the ground. He tried to fire more rounds, but the rifle was not working. Now, the bear had his sights on Michael. Fear filled his body as he realized that this bear would try to eat him, while he had nothing to defend himself with. The bear was quickly upon him, and he felt the animal's teeth sink into his head. The pain was indescribable, but he had to focus if he was going to survive. From his training, he knew that the weakest part of the polar bear would be its eyes, and so attempted to gouge them in an attempt to escape. But the bear was unfazed and continued to maul him. The mountain leader, Andrew Ruck, 27, then charged at the bear. He shouted and threw rocks, but then the bear turned on him too. He was knocked to the ground and the bear was on top of him, swiping at his head. He stared at the bear, thinking that this would be his last moment on Earth, and just praying that he would be able to escape. Fortunately, his prayers were answered. Once Michael had escaped, he was able to grab the rifle, reload it, and with a massive bang, he shot the bear dead. They were safe, and he had survived an attack from one of the deadliest animals in the world. How did this incident even happen? Why was a young man killed when his parents were assured that there was no danger to their son? All of the group were supposed to be given pen flares, as well as tripwires around the camp to alert them of nearby bears. After an inquest, it came to light that this was not actually the case. It was revealed that only the team leaders have these devices, not all members of the group. This was a critical issue, as if Horatio or any other member of his group had these devices, they would have been able to fire them at the bear and would potentially have avoided death. The team leader explained that while it was their plan to give everyone a pen flare, they realized that once they got to the base camp, they had not packed enough, a fatal mistake. But how did the bear get this close in the first place? The tripwire surrounding the camp was meant to alert the group of approaching animals with a large bang from the firing of the device. There are usually 4 devices set up around a camp, using corner paths attached to fine fishing line which would act as a tripwire. The first issue arose when the group had to use 3 devices instead and made a triangular campsite. The fishing line had been exchanged for fluorescent cord to avoid false firing, and the devices themselves were not complete, as there was a shortage of triggers. Ultimately, the protections set up around the camp were not enough, and the devices did not fire when they were most needed. In addition, due to the presence of the tripwires, leaders believed it was safe enough to not organize a bear watch, meaning everyone simply went to bed rather than to watch out for bears. The last issue is the rifle that was used. There was only 1 rifle taken on this trip, and it misfired several times, which caused 2 more members of the group to be attacked by the bear. The rifle in question was a Moser 98K rifle, which dated back to the Second World War. It was improperly stored and handled, and the training of the team was extremely limited, which was the final fatal mistake. After the team returned home and Horatio's body was returned to his family, the inquest found that BSES did not act criminally negligible under criminal law, but admitted that this death was caused by a number of unfortunate circumstances. His parents tried to appeal this decision, but Norwegian prosecutors also agreed that no criminal charges could be brought. Instead, to help the family grieve, they set up a charity in Horatio's name called Horatio's Garden. When he was alive, he would volunteer at Salisbury Spinal Center and suggested that a garden should be created away from the wards, giving the patients and their families somewhere beautiful to visit. There are currently 8 of these gardens across the UK, and in 2019, HRH Princess Eugene became a royal patron of the charity. Even in death, Horatio has been able to change the lives of countless patients and their families. The grizzly bear is a fierce predator and should be avoided at all costs. They have been responsible for over 180 deaths, although the majority of the time, bear attacks are very rare. They will usually only attack when they are protecting food, cubs, or territory, and would rather avoid humans altogether. However, there are some people who intentionally seek them out and enter their territory, like Timothy Treadwell, aka the Grizzly Man. Even from a young age, Timothy had always been particularly fond of animals, and even had a pet squirrel when he was a child. In his adolescence, he had his first encounter with a wild bear while studying them in Alaska, and that's when he realized his true life calling. He stated that he had lost his way at college and he had fallen into alcoholism and drug use, nearly overdosing on heroin in the late 80s. This close call with death is what motivated him to initially search out bears and make them his lifelong passion. He studied the bears for 13 years and wrote a book from his findings called Among Grizzlies Living with Wild Bears in Alaska. During this time, the bears became used to his presence and he was able to touch them and play with their cubs. In his own words, he stated that he had a good relationship with bears based on mutual trust and respect. Following this, Timothy began to gain some recognition for his work in television and environmental circles. He traveled around the U.S. to educate local schools and appeared on many TV shows to explain his unique experiences with the animals. He even created his own charity with co-worker Jewel Palavat called Grizzly People, with the plan to continue protecting the grizzly bears in their habitat. Timothy was met with controversy throughout his life, mainly due to his interference with the animals. The National Park Service, in particular, were very unhappy and worried with his actions as they believed that he was disrupting the animal's natural behavior, as well as putting himself at enormous risk. Timothy was also leading unauthorized tours with visitors to take them closer to the animals, something that was never allowed by the parks. He was thought to be reckless as he refused to install any electric fences around the camps and carrying bear spray, stating that bears would never hurt him due to their relationship. Despite their fears, Timothy did not bring any further protection from the bears, and he would soon find out that his relationship with these bears could easily be broken. Never forget how wild a wild animal can truly be, and never underestimate them. In October 2003, Timothy and his girlfriend, Amy Huguenard, visited Katmai National Park in Alaska. They were warned of the dangers of camping in the area at this time of year as food was scarce and the bears were preparing for winter, eating anything they could to store for hibernation in the coming months. The aim of the trip was to see one of Timothy's favorite female brown bears and wanted to check that she was okay and ready for the winter. Amy was very reluctant to do this as she was particularly scared of bears and just wanted to go home, but she stayed as she knew how important the bears were to her boyfriend. Throughout the trip, the pair tracked a few of the bears, but Timothy quickly realized that the majority of the bears that were familiar with him had gone into hibernation already, and there were a number of unfamiliar bears. Although he was slightly uncomfortable with the thought of being surrounded by bears that did not know him, he still decided to stay and set up camp with Amy. On October 5th, the pair were setting up their video camera to get some more footage of the bears. The setup was nearly complete. The camera was on and recording audio, but the lens cap was still in place, providing no visuals as of yet. Soft rain sounds can be heard as Amy prepares the equipment from inside the tent. Suddenly, Amy calls out to Timothy, asking him if he's still out there, as she can't hear him. Then the screaming begins. Timothy was screaming to Amy to get out of the tent and to escape as he is torn apart by the large, 28-year-old male bear. Amy opens the tent and then also begins screaming and tells Timothy to play dead to get the bear to leave him alone, which seemed to have worked for a time as the pair can be heard discussing whether the bear was truly gone yet. In this time, Amy is thought to have approached Timothy to tend to his wounds, which were unknown at this point. She was being trained as a physician's assistant at the time, but she had to retreat as the bear returned to attack Timothy once again. This is when Timothy begins to panic as he realizes playing dead is no longer going to work. He begs Amy to hit the bear with something, and she grabs a frying pan to smack the bear in the head. The bear lets go of Timothy's head, and instead bites into his thigh to drag him away from Amy. Covered in blood and knowing he has no chance of survival past this point, Timothy begins shouting to Amy, telling her to get away and save herself. Although he struggled, he knew enough about bears to know he was done for. Unlike other victims of bear attacks, he did not go into shock, and so was fully aware the entire time he was eaten alive by the animals that he so adored. The bear was silent, aside from sporadic growls and grunts. The only real sound that could be heard during this ordeal is the sound of Timothy desperately trying to escape. His screams of agony and the dull sound of his body being dragged across the dirt away from his camp. Unfortunately, Amy still did not leave. She was frozen with fear and very much in shock. She was already terrified of bears and had just witnessed her worst nightmare. She was not familiar with the area being brought to the park by Timothy, and so had no idea how to get back to civilization. On the tape, you can hear that she just begins to scream. It was a scream similar to that of a wounded animal as she realized what she had just witnessed, as well as her situation. Unfortunately, this simply brought the bear right back to her to finish the job, and so Amy was also killed, mauled to death by the same bear. The next morning, air taxi pilot Willie Fulton arrived at Kathleen Lake to transport the pair out of the area. He looked around and thought he could see Timothy shaking a tarp to get his attention, but when Willie called out, there was no response. He decided to hike up the path, but quickly turned around as he felt like something wasn't right. Once he reached his plane, he turned around and saw something that made his blood turn cold. Through the fog, A large, nasty-looking brown bear was staring at him, just aside from the path that he had just walked up. He quickly climbed back into his plane and set off, hoping to scare the bear off so that Timothy and Amy would be able to pass through without meeting the bear. He kept his eyes on the bear and could see him slowly eating something. Willie circled the campsite 15 to 20 times, each time trying to get a better look at the bear. That's when he realized what the bear was eating. It was a human ribcage. Horrified, he called the park ranger and asked them to come and survey the area as he believed something had happened to the pair. A group of rangers arrived and began to trek up to the campsite with Willie. They spotted a couple of bears on their way up, but as they were ignored by the bears, they continued without an issue. Suddenly, one of the rangers shouted, "Bear!" alerting the others to the animal about 20 feet away. They began shouting at the bear in an attempt to scare it off, but it soon became clear that it knew they were there, was not threatened, and was in fact actively stalking them. They all began to shoot the bear, firing a total of 21 shots between the 3 rangers. The bear was shot dead. They continued to the campsite. There they found the 2 tents, collapsed and torn with a large mud pile in the front of the entrance. The rangers moved some of the mud aside and found Amy's body, her fingers pushing through the dirt. She had been buried by the bear, ready for winter. When they moved the rest of the mud aside, she looked as though she was peacefully sleeping, except for the clear fact that she had been mostly eaten by the bear. They were horrified, but determined to find Timothy, although the hopes of him being alive were fading fast. They combed the nearby area and found bits of him all around. His head was found, attached to a piece of his spine and a horrific grimace on his face, capturing the pain in which he died. His right arm and hand were found laying nearby, his watch still attached. It was truly a gruesome scene to find. As the rangers were discovering the bodies, another smaller bear attempted to approach them. He was approximately 3 years old and was stalking the team from 30 feet away, making it clear that he would continue to approach and attempt to attack them also. He was swiftly shot by the rangers. Once Timothy and Amy's bodies had been extracted from the park, the rangers sent the corpse of the larger bear to be investigated. A necropsy was conducted and it was found that the bear had human remains and clothing within its stomach, concluding that this was the bear that had killed and eaten the couple. The younger bear had already been cannibalized by other bears, so we will never know if it had anything to do with their deaths. Ultimately, it's important to remember to respect wild animals and give them the space that they deserve. Even if bonds are formed with the animals, you never know what might happen or what else might be lingering in the forest. Usually, bears will only attack humans if they are scared or threatened. This alone should encourage people to leave the animal alone. However, if they choose not to, they are unlikely to survive the tale, as brown bears are 20 more times dangerous than their black subspecies, and 4 times more than the polar bear. Knowing this, it makes our topic for today even scarier. We'll be looking at one of the worst bear attacks ever recorded, which left 7 people dead and 3 more injured in a terrifying rampage that lasted 5 days. The Usuri subspecies of brown bear is found on the northern Japanese island of Hokkaido. These bears are particularly feared in Japan as they are very large and well known to attack humans, having killed over 200 people in the last century alone. All of these attacks were usually isolated and only 1 or 2 people would die. However, one bear named Kasagake, meaning wind shadow, would change this forever. In the winter of 1915 in Sankabetsu, the animal was first spotted. Measuring at nearly 9 meters tall and 340 kilograms or over 700 pounds, this bear was a truly terrifying size. He had woken up early from hibernation and was now starving, so approached a family farm. Although he scared the Akita family that lived there, he was only interested in their corn that they were growing in the field. And when their horse started making noise due to its panic, the bear was scared off. A few days later, the bear came back. This time, the family wanted to make sure that it didn't return, and so the head of the family arranged for his second son, Kamitaro, and 2 local hunters to be ready for when the bear came back. When he then reappeared for the 3rd time, 10 days later, they shot at him several times, but Kasagake was only injured and retreated into the forest. The men tracked him into the forest, following the bloodstains that he had left behind in the snow, but soon conditions became too treacherous and they had to give up their search. They came to the conclusion that he would not return as he had been taught to associate humans with pain, and so
generally about the loss of trust in institutions of media and the government. We discussed Barry and Michael's experience of participating in the Twitter Files release, the problem of misinformation, the relationship between Twitter and the federal government, Russian influence operations, the challenges of content moderation, Hunter Biden's infamous laptop, the need for transparency, platforms versus publishers, Twitter's resistance to the FBI, political bias, J.K. Rowling, the inherent subjectivity of moderation decisions, the rise of competitive platforms, rumors versus misinformation, how Twitter attempted to control the spread of COVID misinformation, the throttling of Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, the failure of institutions to communicate COVID information well, the risk of paternalism, abuses of power, and other topics. And now I bring you Bari Weiss, Michael Shellenberger, and Renee DiResta. I am here with Bari Weiss, Michael Shellenberger, and Renee DiResta. Thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having us. Thanks for having us.
As I said, I will have introduced you all properly in the beginning, but I was hoping we could have a discussion about the Twitter files and social media generally, and the failures of the mainstream media and the government and other institutions to maintain public trust, and perhaps the failure of them to be worthy of public trust. But I think the Twitter files is the right starting point here because, as luck would have it, we have Bari and Michael, both of whom were part of the journalistic effort to reveal these files. Bari, let's start with you. Perhaps you can really take it from the top and give us the high-level description of what the Twitter files are and how you came to be part of the release.
It's funny because this is one of those stories where I feel like for half of the country, it was the biggest thing that has happened in the past decade, and the other half of the country had no idea it even existed. And it was interesting to kind of test my family in Pittsburgh to find out which news sources they were reading and to tell you everything about the way they viewed the story. So basically what it is, depending on how you look at it, is Elon Musk, the new owner of Twitter, trying to, in his words, have a kind of informal truth and reconciliation commission. He understands that the platform that he just bought has lost a tremendous amount of trust with the public, was claiming to be one thing and actually in secret was something quite different, was also, probably as he would frame it, cooperating with the government in ways that would make Americans, if they knew about it, extremely uncomfortable, was blacklisting people without their knowledge, and all kinds of other details along those lines. And so another group of people would say this is all about Elon Musk buying Twitter and trying to shame the previous owners of Twitter and the previous top brass at Twitter. And really what this is all about is embarrassment and vengeance. And where you fall in the answer to that question tells you a lot about where you stand politically, I would say, in general. So basically what the mechanics of it were that Elon Musk decided to make available the inner workings of the company to a number of independent journalists. The first one that he reached out to was the journalist Matt Taibbi, who has a very popular newsletter. Then he texted me and reached out to me. Then I reached out to Michael Shellenberger. And then the group kind of grew from there. It came to include journalists like Abigail Shrier, Lee Fang, Leighton Woodhouse, and a number of other people associated with my company, The Free Press. What was said on Twitter publicly by Elon Musk is that we had unfettered access to all of the inner workings of Twitter. Everything from emails, private Slack messages, group Slack messages, and on and on and on. And that was sort of the headline that was trumpeted all over Twitter and all over the press. In fact, what we had, and Michael can explain this probably in better detail than I can because he has a meticulous memory, we basically were able to do highly directed searches on, at most, 2 laptops between, at times, up to 8 journalists in a room. So what we had the ability to do was to say to a lawyer working through a laborious e-discovery tool, and it came to include 2 different tools, tell me everything that happened between the following 6 C-suite level employees of Twitter on the dates between January 6th and January 10th, basically the dates that Trump got kicked off of Twitter. And basically over the course of a few days, it would spit back to us information. And what came out of that was a number of stories that, depending again on how you look at it, were either enormously important bombshell confirmation of what what a lot of people in the country had thought was actually going on Twitter, or what they denied. And if you're on the other half of the country, and again, I'm being crude here, it was, nut picking. It was cherry picking. It was going sort of searching for anecdotal stories that would confirm the political biases of the independent journalists involved in the project. I think the really, really important thing for people to understand, and I think that this wasn't explained well enough by any of those of us who were involved, is how unbelievably laborious these searches were, and how if we had the choice, it's not as if we walked into a room with organized files according to COVID, masking, myocarditis, the election in Brazil, Modi, Israel, Palestine. Then we could have really told you the comprehensive story. Instead, we had to make some very difficult choices based on the kind of tools we were using to go looking for certain stories where we knew the public story that had been told, and we wanted to see what had actually gone on behind the scenes. And again, in my view, the story of the decision to kick off Trump, very important story. Is it the number one story that was interesting to me? Not at all. COVID was far more interesting to me. But I knew that if we looked at those set of dates, that we could come out with some information that would be worthy of the public interest. And we also knew that we're dealing with someone who is in many ways a mercurial person. You know, any source that gives you information has motivation. You have no idea when their motivation or incentives might change. And so we wanted to harvest as much information as we possibly could in the days that we were there.
Yeah, I hadn't thought to talk about these details, but now I'm interested, so I just have a couple of follow-up questions. So when you would perform a search or have someone perform a search for you, there wasn't some layer of curation from lawyers or anyone else who was telling you, who were deciding what could be released and what couldn't be released? If you said, give me every email that contains the word Trump between certain dates, they just spit out those emails?
No, one of the ways that I knew that, Sam, I just don't know how much detail you want me to get into here, but in the first few days that I was there with my wife, Nellie, who also works with me and building the company, Matt wasn't there. It was just the two of us, Elon Musk, and lawyers that we were communicating with over the phone. And I would ask them to do a search, let's say, for COVID or cloth masks or Fauci or whatever. And what I was getting back was garbage information. It was such garbage information that and I'm not a paranoid person. I would say Michael Schellenberger is way more suspicious than I am in general. I'm pretty naive. But it was so bad that Nellie was saying, this cannot be right, this cannot be right. And that's when I came to discover that the lawyer who was actually doing the searches worked for Twitter and was one of the people that we were hoping to do searches on, which is this guy, Jim Baker, who became a sort of flashpoint in the story. Later on, and maybe, Michael, I can hand it over to you, if you want to explain sort of the mechanics of how this worked. The reason, it can be maybe a little boring, the reason I think it's significant is because I think it will help people understand why we did the stories we did.
Right. Yeah, Michael, jump in here. What was your experience tracking information from Twitter?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really fun conversation. I love talking about it, and I was a little annoyed after that just a lot of people wrote stories about how they thought the process worked without just asking us, because we would have said so, and I've always taken all the time to explain it. But, you know, as Barry mentioned, Barry brought me in. I do not have a relationship with Elon Musk. I've only criticized Elon Musk in the past. I criticized him in Mother Jones. I wrote about him in Apocalypse Never. And just obviously when Barry was like, we can get access to the Twitter files, I was like, hell yeah. I mean, for me, there was no, it's a chance to go and get this incredible information. When I met Elon, he said he did not know who I was, and basically it's just like what Barry said. If there was any filtering or curation or removing of any emails, we saw no signs of it. And I would be shocked because the size of the searches we were getting, I can just tell you some of them. We would be like, you know, a lot of all the emails for this person over this period of date, and we would get, you know, email boxes of 2,000 emails, 890 emails, 2,000 emails, 1,800 emails, 1,800 emails, 2,300 emails. So it's just for somebody like I consider myself an extremely fast reader, and I'm able to process a lot of information very quickly. It took me a very long time to go through these emails. I couldn't see anybody being able to have done that. And then when the emails populated in our inboxes, we never saw any evidence that anything had been removed. I don't think anybody, I mean, I'm not saying, I can't prove that nothing was, but I just saw no evidence for it. And I didn't see anything in Elon that suggested that he cared about that.
Although, Michael, it sounds like that cuts against what I was understanding Barry to be saying, which was initially the search results were so crappy that you thought somebody, this nefarious lawyer, was throttling the results.
That was before, I should clarify, that was before Michael had gotten there. And as soon as Elon found out that that person was involved,
so the process changed.
He's operating at the highest level of the company. Until I told him, hey, do you know that Jim Baker is the one doing the search? He had no idea that Jim Baker was the one doing the search.
Right.
Then the people involved changed. He was fired. And like Michael said, the files we got subsequent to that, there was no evidence at all that they were tampered with. The thing I should add is one of the criticisms of the story of the Twitter files is that we focused an inordinate amount on a person who had been at one time the head of Twitter's trusted safety, this guy Yoel Roth. And the reason for that is that Yoel Roth was a very loquacious person. He talked a lot on Slack and on email and in other places. So it's not as if we weren't interested in other people. It's just that, you know, like any story, you're looking for the person who's going to share the most information. And he spoke openly and a lot on platforms like Slack to his colleagues. It's not like we were actively going out to interested in Yoel Roth. I barely knew who he was before I walked into Twitter.
Right. Now, were either of you concerned about the optics of this process, that you would appear to be, at least in part, doing PR for Elon rather than actually engaging in journalism that was, you know, of a more normal sort? I mean, there were other constraints. Releases had to be done on Twitter itself, which I think it could be argued was not the best platform for actually discussing this, really anything at length. I mean, what were your concerns going into this, and is there any residue of those concerns?
Not for me, really. I mean, for me, it was just like, we get the access to the data, and I just am not, I mean, people say things, but I'm not that concerned about it.
But for instance, what I noticed before I left Twitter, I mean, I have to admit now that I'm no longer on Twitter, I don't consider myself even minimally informed about what it's like there now. But when I was there and the first drops were happening, more or less everything Elon said about what was coming and what had dropped was wrong, right? I mean, he was lying or just delusional about what he was releasing. You know, the level of government
But he
involvement.
wasn't releasing it. So isn't that kind of the point?
But it was the frame around it. I mean, he was saying, here it is. And his summary of what Taibbi was saying was just not, in fact, accurate. In fact, it was in the case of one of Taibbi's drops, it was the opposite of what Taibbi said.
Yeah, I mean,
so that didn't bother you at all?
I mean, it bothered me when he tweeted, "My pronouns are prosecute Fauci." It bothered me when he said that thing about Yoel Roth. I told him that. You know, I think Barry criticized Elon when he deplatformed those journalists. I retweeted it. We don't control Elon Musk. I mean, we were invited into a smash and grab situation to be able to look at as many emails as we could, and we're thrilled at it, and it's super important what came out of it. But no, I mean, I just kind of, I'm a big Gen Xer. I'm a Breakfast Club type. I go on Tucker Carlson. I talk to Tucker Carlson. I talk to people that my family thinks is terrible. I talk to them, and I don't have like a view that if I talk to somebody that somehow I'm legitimizing all of their views, or that if I go and like look for these emails that somehow I'm agreeing with Elon Musk. I've criticized Elon Musk about his policies around solar in China. I'm not going to stop doing that. I told him exactly what I thought, and have told him exactly what I thought, and I'm just with Elon the way that I'm with everybody, and so no. I mean, and people talk shit, but it's like, I don't, like, people say things, but they're not true, so I can't, you gotta have a stoic attitude about it, which is like, I'm responsible for the things that I do, I'm not responsible for what other people do.
I just think that this is as old school as it gets. Like, a source had documents that he wanted to leak to the public, and journalists who felt those documents were in the public interest jumped to go look at them. And any source who leaks documents or leaks a story to the New York Times or the Washington Post always has an agenda. Like, that goes without saying. I think the unusual thing in this case is that the source was public about it, and he made his agenda entirely transparent the entire time. So, like, and, you know, as Michael just mentioned, I think I well proved that I was not in the tank for anyone on this matter. I'm just on the side of the public knowing more information, and people can decide for themselves whether or not that information was in the public interest. I certainly think that it was, and I frankly think a lot of people are resorting to sort of criticizing journalistic practice, or, you know, standing in, or other sort of like technicalities of that sort, because they don't want to confront what the actual story is.
Right. Well, I definitely want to get to the story, but Renee, I want to bring you in here. Do you have anything to say at this point about the process and the optics?
Yeah, it's very interesting. So I, for your audience members who probably don't know, I started off talking about social media kind of as an activist on the outside in 2015, moved into academia in 2019. And in the intervening time, the relationship between platforms and government and researchers changed very significantly over those 4 years. We can talk about why and how, perhaps. I was part, I'm at Stanford Internet Observatory. We're, I don't know, part of something that was called the Twitter Moderation Research Consortium that I think no longer exists because everybody got laid off. But it was a process by which Twitter could actually share data sets with researchers. And this is relevant because all of our research was done independently. We would receive data sets from Twitter, we would do research independently, and sometimes we would actually go back to them and we would ask, why is this account included? Why is this doesn't feel like it fits. If we're going to tell a story to the public about this Chinese network, this Iranian network, this Saudi network, this Russian network, we want to make sure that we're doing an independent analysis and we are only going to say what we think we can support as researchers. And what we would try to do was look at and enrich the story with as much of a full picture as possible. So the Twitter dataset was almost a jumping off point to a significant process that involved also looking for these accounts on Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, you name it. And what we would try to do was not tell an anecdotal story, but we would always include both the qualitative, here is what these accounts are saying, here's what we think they're doing, but we would try to include something in the way of summary statistics. Here's how many of them there are. Here's the engagements they're getting. Here's where they are situated in the public conversation relative to other accounts that talk about these things. And the reason for that is because one of the problems that I think has been, one of the problems with a big driver in the public conversation around content moderation, whether that's related to the kind of foreign influence campaigns or domestic activism or anything else, is that it is so anecdotal. And so when the Twitter files began, as somebody who has worked with platform data and also, testified in front of Congress critiquing platforms and the lack of transparency, and who's written about that for the better part of 7 years now, what has been interesting to me in the files, I think they're very interesting, just to kind of to start with that. I'm not a person who says, oh, this is all or nothing burger, this is not interesting. But I had kind of 3 issues with the process. And the first was that I think a lack of familiarity with that multi-year evolution of content moderation policy meant that for me as an observer, there were some of these like wet streets cause rain moments, the Gelman amnesia phenomenon, where the person doesn't fully understand what is happening in context. A specific example that I said on Twitter was one comment in which you see the Senate Intelligence Committee engaging with Twitter, asking it if it responded to some sort of tip from the FBI. And that was very interesting to me because I had done a bunch of work on Twitter data for the Senate Intelligence Committee in 2018. And as a researcher running that process in 2018 with no engagement with Twitter whatsoever, what I knew was that the Senate Intelligence Committee did not have very high confidence in Twitter's ability to find anything. So reading that interaction was fascinating to me because they were, in my opinion, essentially saying, did you find this yourself or did somebody have to hand it to you again? But what the reporter who wrote that thread construed that as was, are you taking direction from the FBI and marching? So this was the kind of wet streets cause rain experience that I had in a number of these threads where I thought, gosh, I wish that somebody who had either been there, in an abstract sense, not in the company, but who understood the evolution of that stuff, had perhaps like weighed in or been consulted. And then I think the second critique was how anecdotal it was. And that made it feel a little bit cherry picked. And this kind of ties into maybe point 3, which is that the trust and the public confidence in whether or not you believe in a framing around an anecdote is entirely dependent on whether you trust the reporter or the outlet at this point. And that's a function of polarization in American society. It is not a critique of Bari or Michael or anybody else who did the thread. It is, I think, the reality. And so with some of the, in my opinion, overemphasis on anecdote, and I recognize, this is the process, this is what you had available to you. What made that troubling to me is that it did feel like there were opportunities for score settling and things, or searching for things that that a particular reporter found problematic or wanted to dig more into, but that didn't necessarily get at the scope and scale of the phenomenon overall. And I'll point specifically to something like shadow banning, right? Fascinating topic. Lots of, many of us have looked at it over the years and made arguments that I don't think it's something that the platforms shouldn't be able to do. And we can talk about why, but I do think it should be transparent. So that's sort of where I sit on the shadow banning question. But what we didn't get was how many users were receiving these labels, in what country, during what time period, how many of those who received a label were mentioned in a government request. That's absolutely kind of crucial to this question of to what extent does the government actually exert influence over the platform? It's not simply filing a report. It's did the report lead to an action? And this is the sort of thing, again, maybe this is my bias as somebody in academia, where I say like, God, I'd really love to get my hands on the summary stats. Can you request those? Can you say like, in this moderation tool, can we connect the dots here between here's the FBI over submitting, in my opinion, litanies of accounts, really just sort of stupid process. But then what happened next? And that was like the kind of connecting the dots there was, in my opinion, kind of underdone, candidly. And it led to an opportunity for innuendo to drive the story. And whether or not you believe the innuendo is entirely dependent on whether you believe or trust the outlet and the person covering the story. So in the interest of informing the public writ large, that's where I felt like, in as Bari notes, depending on, I think we're saying the same thing, which side of a political spectrum you sit on, you either trust or do not trust at this point. I don't know that it's political spectrum so much as like, institutional, populist, maybe.
Exactly.
Right. But there is, I think that tension for me was where I felt, and I wrote this in The Atlantic, that I felt that there was a little bit of a missed opportunity there. How could we perhaps get at more of those like holistic or systemic views in forming an opinion of platform moderation that are less anecdotal and less dependent on trust in a reporter's narrative?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo part of it, it's hard to capture kind of like how chaotic the situation was. I mean, it was like getting searches back at midnight, working till 3 a.m, the owner of Twitter coming in at 12:30, wanting to schmooze. Like, I second everything Renee's saying. Like, meaning on the question of should these platforms, not just Twitter, be more transparent? Do we have a problem with private companies that have sort of unaccountable power over the public conversation? And to what extent are they doing the bidding of organizations like the FBI? Like, that's something really important that every citizen has a right to know, not just me and Michael Schellenberger and Matt Taibbi. But I just can't emphasize enough, like, that the idea of going in and saying, give me a report or a summary on XYZ, that just wasn't something that was possible while we were there.
Okay, well, let's get to what was found out, or what has been found out so far. I guess as preamble, I just want to say, I think the big story here, which is certainly beyond the case of Twitter, is our ongoing struggles to deal with misinformation. And this is something that Renee obviously knows a lot about. But it seems to me that this is the kind of thing that may never be perfectly solved in the absence of just perfect AI. And when you look at what imperfect solutions will look like, they will always throw up both type 1 and type 2 errors. So, any attempt to suppress misinformation is going to suppress real information, and that'll be embarrassing and cause some people to be irate and to allege various conspiracies. And it also, it will fail in the other way, and lots of misinformation will get through and fail to be suppressed. And this isn't merely just an engineering question. This is it's an ethical question. It's a political question. And even in the simplest case, where we know what is true and what matters and what we should do on the basis of these facts, and I would say we're very rarely in that situation at this point. But even in the best case, where we know what's true, it can be very difficult to know what to do in a political environment where great masses of people believe crazy things. It's a question of how to message the truth in hand to great numbers of people who, as we've already said, no longer trust certain institutions or certain people, and will reach for the most sinister possible interpretation of events and anchor there. And that seems to be the state of discourse we have on more or less everything from public health to the very topic we're talking about. So with that as just kind of the frame around this, perhaps Barry and Michael, either of you can start. I'd love to know what you think we have learned so far and what has been the most interesting / concerning facts.
I'll say maybe one thing and then kick it to Michael. I think that there are two main stories here. Story number one is about the way that an extremely powerful tool that has influenced elections, that has led to revolutions, claimed to have a particular mission, and gaslit the public as it secretly abandoned that mission in critical ways. And it shouldn't matter what your politics are. Like, that to me is a really important story. If you believe, as I do, you don't need to go all the way and believe that Twitter's a public square to believe that has an enormous influence on the public conversation, on deciding who is a hero and who is a villain, on any number of things. The second thing that I think is the headline story is the way that the sort of very close relationship between the federal government and one of the most powerful tools of communication in the world. I think those are sort of like the two core stories that came out of all of the reporting. I don't know if we're on Twitter Files number 121 or whatever, but those to me are the two biggest headlines.
And
Michael,
around
do you
which
agree with
topics?
That framing?
Yeah, which topics do you think you're most concerned about? The messaging around COVID or Hunter's laptop? What do you consider to be the center of gravity here?
On the cultural, I'll leave the government conversation to Michael because he did much more on that. To me, it's the way that Twitter actively narrowed. I don't know if we want to get into Hunter yet, but yeah, I mean, I certainly think that when a private company decides to lock out a newspaper doing truthful reporting weeks before an election on the spurious grounds that it was based on hacked material, as if that isn't what is printed in places like the New York Times and the Washington Post every day. Yeah, I have a huge problem with that. But I think one of the core things that came out of what we saw, especially in the shadow banning of people like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, was the way that people inside Twitter actively worked to make things untouchable, to make people untouchable, to make particular viewpoints that have turned out to be very vindicated untouchable, and therefore profoundly shaped the public conversation about something like COVID and the right way to respond to it. I think that is a really significant story.
Michael?
I would say there's three areas. I would say the first had to do with the crackdown on misinformation bleeding into a crackdown on free expression, which I think you alluded to, Sam. And I'll give one big example, which is Facebook under pressure from the White House, censoring accurate information, emailing the White House to say, we are censoring this accurate information because we view it as encouraging vaccine hesitancy. Now, they didn't exactly black it out. It was they repressed the spread of it, but it is a form of censorship. Twitter did a milder version of this with Jay Bhattacharya and with Martin Killdorf, who just simply said not everybody needs to get the vaccine. And they put an interstitial on it, which is a kind of like warning thing saying official Twitter censors say that this is not right. That was a case where in the case of Killdorf, he was expressing an opinion, and he is a Harvard medical doctor, not to stoop to credentialism, but he certainly, I think, had a right to weigh in on that question. And then in the case of Facebook, there was no transparency here. And I should actually pause and just say, however much we disagree on many things, I've had the pleasure of being able to have an ongoing conversation with Renee over the last few weeks, and we both very strongly support transparency. That, I think, I agree with Renee and others that argue that transparency would solve a lot of these problems. If Facebook had simply if there was somebody said that Facebook said we are suppressing these views because we are encouraging vaccines, and we're going to allow this debate on it in some way. This is no technical obstacle to allowing that to occur. So that's one. Number two is the laptop. I think there is a very clear pattern of behavior. I cannot prove that there was an organized effort, but nonetheless, I think that my thread on the Hunter Biden laptop shows that there was a very strange pattern. And again, maybe it was a total coincidence for both existing intelligence community officials and former intelligence community officials to pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop. And we can get into the details of this, but I think, suffice it to say, I think it merits more investigation. I strongly support congressional investigation on it. I don't think we've gotten to the bottom of it. I find it extremely suspicious. And I think other people do too when they really look at it. And again, maybe I'm overly pattern recognizing here. I hold that as a possibility, but I think there's something really interesting there that has to be talked about more. And then the third thing is just this grotesque inflation of the threat of Russian influence operations. It was being used as a way, as a cudgel, to basically start to deplatform, de-amplify, censor, demonize, disparage, discredit people that did not deserve that. That's sort of what Matt talks about today, and I thought Renee over email there was an exchange about this, but it's not just a single thing. I mean, it was being used as justification for all sorts of things, including censoring this laptop. It became a kind of boogeyman. And, I think one thing I wanted to do on this podcast and say very clearly is I do think that Yoel Roth turns out to be a more complicated character than I think he had been perceived as in the beginning. I see him, he repeatedly would point out that various things were not violations, including the thing that Trump was deplatforming for. He said very explicitly that Trump had not violated Twitter's terms of service, and they then worked to create a justification for deplatforming him. Same thing with the Hunter Biden laptop. They said that it had not violated Twitter's terms of service. It was very clear on this, and there were other instances of it. Now then, Yoel Roth was then basically overruled by the people above him. So he was a good company man, but I don't think that the demonization of Yoel Roth that had occurred perhaps earlier in the process of looking at what happened at Twitter was fair. But I do think that this, and I think I mentioned him here in this context because he was the one that was often pushing back against the abuse of this Russian influence operation.
You mean it wasn't fair when Elon branded him pedophile in front of 120 million people? That was
no, that was obviously wrong. That was obviously wrong. Absolutely, I no hesitation.
Ditto, obviously.
In denouncing that.
So, Renee, feel free to say whatever you want here, but I would love to get your take on the Russian disinformation piece, too.
Yeah, sure. So I think that where I come down, and Michael and I have been emailing about so many of these issues over the last couple of weeks, I really come down in a place where I feel like there are nuanced moments here. And as we talk about, for example, Yoel pushing back against some of the things that happened, content moderation is the story of people trying to make decisions, the best possible decision, in line with a particular policy that a company has written, and then some sort of sense of even-handed enforcement. So you have the policy and then the enforcement. These are sometimes two different things. The policies, what you then have is people in the most high-stakes, volatile situations trying to figure out what to do. So what winds up happening on Twitter, ironically, is that all of these things are reduced down to, do you think this person is bad? Do you think that decision is bad? If you think that's bad, obviously there was some sort of malice behind it. And that, I think, is a flattening of what is actually happening. There's some interesting dynamics and uses of the word censorship that I've been intrigued by as we have moved through the evolution of some of those policies over the last 7 years. And for just to help make sure the audience understands, content moderation is not a binary, take it down, leave it up. So that is I'll use Facebook's terminology here. They have a framework and they call it remove, reduce, inform. Remove means it comes down, reduce means its distribution is limited, and inform means a label is put up. There's some sort of interstitial, a pop-up comes up, or there's a fact check under it, or YouTube has a little context label down at the bottom of the video sometimes. It'll take you to a Wikipedia article. So in that moderation framework, remove, reduce, inform, when something is reported, there's a policy rubric that says this thing may violate the content, and then the enforcement, whether to remove, reduce, or inform, is based on some sort of internal series of thresholds. I am not an employee of these companies. I don't know what those are. So for me, one of the interesting things about the files has been seeing those conversations come to light. And my personal take on it, my interpretation, has been largely that you have people trying to decide within the rubric of this policy what they should do. So there were a couple policies that I think are relevant to this conversation and what's just been said. The first, on the subject of the Hunter Biden laptop, was the creation of a policy following a lot of what happened with the GRU. So when we talk about Russian interference, I'll connect it to Russian interference for you. You and I spoke back in 2019 about the work that I did on a particular data set for the Internet Research Agency. So that is the sort of troll factory. When people think about social media interference and they think about trolls or bots, the Internet Research Agency is what they're thinking of. But there was another component to Russian interference in the election, which was Russian military intelligence hacking the DNC and the Clinton campaign, and then releasing files at opportune times, for example, to distract or change the public conversation, to make them cover these files. I think the first tranche, if I'm not mistaken, was dropped the day of that Access Hollywood Pussygate tape coming out, right? So the media is talking about Pussygate. All of a sudden, here's this tranche of secret documents. Media conversation changes. So this is in response to things like this, and also to hacked materials more broadly, the platform implements a hacked materials policy that says, despite the fact that, again, journalists may have a particular point of view about how to treat hacked materials, the platform does not necessarily have to share that point of view, because sometimes hacked materials turn out to be sex pictures or nudes that are sitting on your phone, or a variety of other types of private conversations that get dropped. So this policy covers things beyond, the contents of a wayward laptop from a presidential son. And so again, they're not writing the policy for Hunter Biden's laptop. They've written the policy, and then you see in the conversation them deciding whether and how to enforce it. And this is where the conversations with the FBI come into play. Again, no personal, I felt like the enforcement on the Hunter Biden laptop by Twitter was quite foolish. I thought this is one of these, like, the horse has left the barn, you're creating more problems for yourself by trying to censor, particularly an article, as opposed to the contents of the laptop itself, right? There's one thing, you can enforce your policy on hacked material by taking down the nudes that were going up and saying that violates our terms of service, without saying that also the New York Post article digesting the contents of the laptop violates the terms of service. This is where you see some of the debates about the enforcement there. But
Actually, just Renee, just to linger on that distinction, if I'm not mistaken, this was true when I last looked, but perhaps something has come out since. Biden and his team never asked for the story to be suppressed on Twitter. Weren't they just asking about the contents of the laptop, like nude photos of Hunter Biden, to be taken down?
My understanding from when that Twitter files thread went out, I and others went to the Internet Archive to go see what the substance of those tweets had been, and they were in fact nudes. Does that mean that they were all nudes? No, because again, we have a very particular filtered anecdotal view of what happened with regard to those requests. We're told the Trump campaign requested takedowns, the Trump administration requested takedowns, the Biden campaign requested takedowns, and then we have a list of like 4 or 5 different tweets. And so that again is where, depending on your framing and your perception, this was either egregious jawboning or somebody trying to get nudes taken down off the platform. But from what I have seen, it was the latter.
But don't we think that the scandal was the fact that Twitter locked out the New York Post?
And I'm not in any way saying that I thought that was a good decision. That was what I meant when I said that the suppression of the article was bad. Facebook did something different. I don't know if you remember what Facebook did at the time, but Facebook actually used Reduce. And Facebook said, we are going to throttle the distribution of the story while we try to figure out what is going on here. Now, the question of, is that throttling censorship? Is a subsequent label censorship? Is where we've really moved very, very far in our use of that term in the context of social media moderation. My personal feeling on that very strongly is that it was political. The first labeling is censorship articles began when Twitter began to fact check tweets by President Trump. It did not take them down. It did not throttle them. It put up a label, a fact check. I think that's counter speech and contextualization. This is my personal view on it. But we began to see a flattening of the conversation where remove, reduce, and inform were all contextualized as egregious overreach and censorship. And so where I come down on a lot of these questions is I recognize the complaint, I acknowledge that things were not handled well, and I ask, what do you want done instead? Yeah. If you do not want the label, if you do not want the reduce, and if you definitely don't want the takedown, then is the alternative simply a viral free-for-all at all times with every unverified rumor going viral and the public being left to sort it out? And I'm very curious about that, particularly because journalism is supposed to be about informing the public, a recognition that journalists themselves serve a filtering function, serve a fact-checking function. And, we can debate the whether that's partisan or biased or this or that, but there is, I think, a core belief at the center of the profession that there is such a thing as the best information that we have in this moment, and how do we convey that in a particular information environment. That's where I think a lot of my work has been, but, I'll stop talking there, because I think that the complexities of content moderation are too often viewed as right versus left, takedown versus leave up. They're really filtered through the context of the American culture war, and this is a global platform trying to figure out, what the hell do you do when Modi's government requests a takedown? This is the
which Elon just agreed to.
Yeah, you just capitulate and hope no one notices. All right, so I just want to add something to what you said, Renee, because it's what people are reacting to is so people are acting like they want just everything to rip however the algorithm sees fit, and any curation is nefarious. And yet we know we have an algorithm, or a set of algorithms, that preferentially boost misleading and injurious information. So the truth is always playing catch up to the most salacious lies. And if that's going to be the status quo, there's no way you build a healthy society and a healthy politics on top of that. So I think anyone who thinks about it for 5 seconds knows that they don't want that. And therefore, you have to get your hand on the wheel, at least a little bit. And whether that hand is some other algorithm or it's actual the conscious curation of monkeys, you need to intrude on what we currently have built. And it comes back to how transparent those intrusions are and then what people make of those efforts based on our divided politics and our tribalism.
And I think that the transparency piece is the common ground and the area where we can actually move forward. There are, Google has a interesting, all the platforms have transparency reports. Most of them are aggregated stats. They're not particularly interesting. Google actually will say, here's a government takedown, here's approximately the request, here's what we received, here's what they asked us to do, and then here's what we did. It's very, very 1-sentence summary, 2-sentence summaries. But I really love that. I think of that as like, this is a best practice. There's the Lumen database, which does this for DMCA takedowns, which are usually companies, sometimes others requesting takedowns related to copyright violations. Again, here is the request, here is the, here's what we did. And I think that is an optimal path forward for saying you cannot have a wholly moderation-free environment. Every algorithm, just speaking of curation, has a weighting in some regard. There is no such thing as neutral. There is no, even reverse chronological is a particular value judgment because they're weighting it by time. And you can see this actually quite clearly now on Twitter. If you look at the For You page, I think they're calling it, or, For You versus following, you see different types of things. You can go and you can look at a chronological feed. You will see that For You is often bait, right? It's the most, kind of outrage inducing, you're going to go click into this, you're going to go fight with that person. That's great for the platform. The chronological feed is not necessarily as engaging. It's not necessarily going to keep you there, but it is a different mechanism for surfacing information. And so what we're ultimately talking about here is incentives. It is a system of incentives. It is a system of judgments, and that is in algorithmic curation as well as content moderation. And I do think that the public does not actually understand the extent to which an algorithm deciding to curate and surface something shapes their behavior, shapes what they do next. And this is a thing that I feel like I'm trying to scream it from the rooftops, just saying it's not just about, is this person being censored? Is that person being censored? It's actually what is being amplified. And that is potentially the far more interesting question as we think about how to build a system that vaguely mimics a public square.
I've run the simplest algorithm over here, which is to delete my Twitter account. And it's impossible to exaggerate the effect it has had on my mind and life not to be on Twitter. I mean, I recommend it to anybody. And when I have checked back on Twitter just to prepare for this conversation, I am just fucking aghast that I spent that much time there. It's a mortifying glance backward over the previous 12 years. And I mean, for even the good stuff, it's for the same reason I'm not on TikTok now or any of these other platforms, because it would just be a time incinerator. When I look back at my engagement with Twitter, it's amazing to me. And so there's something pathological about, I think, every variant on offer. And it's not to say that it would be impossible to build a social media network to everyone's benefit, but Twitter ain't it. And it's just very interesting to have unplugged. I've done podcasts about Facebook without ever being on Facebook because it's of enormous importance to society. It's both what it does appropriately and badly, and hence this conversation. Michael, do you have anything you want to insert at this point?
Well, I mean, I guess I would say the 3 things I raised, which was the need for transparency and content moderation, because there is some amount of sensitivity of justifiable opinions going on in accurate information. That's kind of the big social media thing. The other 2 I mentioned, I think, really have more to do with FBI, and do we think it's an apolitical law enforcement organization? And the third is around this inflation of the Russia threat, which is not specific at all to social media, but I think is extremely important because we all know it's a terribly dangerous thing to underestimate a threat. But in fact, exaggerating a threat has very serious problems associated with it. Both the ability to abuse that, which we saw in terms of deplatforming, de-amplifying people that were innocent. In other words, saying Russian influence as opposed to Russian. And I think that needs to be, that we need to kind of get to the bottom of the FBI issue and the treatment of the Russian laptop, and also I think have a real honest conversation about this issue of Russian threat inflation. But I'm not sure, and I think if we all agree on transparency, that's great. I just think we should acknowledge that, for example, a lot of the misinformation is coming from, the sources that I think you might think of as the people that are not the sources of misinformation, and that sometimes it's innocent. So we all thought that if you got the vaccine, that you were either not going to get sick or that you were not going to be transmissible. Those 2 things both turned out to be wrong. seems to me that like having a conversation about those edges of science is exactly what you would do on something that we call a platform. And so I think it resolves a little bit if you say, look, if you're a platform, you have this incredible privilege, which is that you're going to have this limited liability, basically. But that means that you're also, but the flip side is that those platforms are also curating. And so you get yourself in a funny position, which is like, okay, well then how do you resolve that? And it seems that you have to resolve it, which is that if you're going to have this amazing privilege to be a platform rather than a media content producer, then you must be transparent about how you're making those decisions. Right. And there must be a place for people to appeal if they're being censored or just throttled or reduced, or even if there's an interstitial. You know, I have an ongoing conflict with Facebook about the cause of high-intensity fires in California. I have the top scientists in California saying high-intensity fires are caused by fuel wood load rather than temperature changes. I am not allowed to express that on Facebook. I have been so severely throttled by Facebook that it's basically a dead platform to me. They asked, my demand for an appeal to the fact checker was, they said, go talk to the person that censored you. You know, it pisses me off. Needs to be resolved. If you say that it's due to Jewish space lasers, you might have an open lane on Facebook. Yeah. So you got some nice followers. I want to drill down on a couple of points you just made. So it seemed to me that the story was changing in real time as the Twitter files were dropping. Initially, the story seemed to be that the meddling on the part of Twitter's ultra-woke employees was just horrific and horrifically biased. But then it seemed to shift, and it was more of a picture of Twitter resisting an intrusive FBI, and actually resisting fairly professionally, or at least, I mean, they eventually caved, I guess, but they seemed to surprise some of you in how much they, in fact, did resist. And so, you know, viewing it from the outside, it seemed like the goalpost kind of moved a little bit. Like, first we're just meant to be astounded by what the back room Slack looks like at Twitter, but now we're seeing that, no, actually they were quite tied in knots over following their own policies and were just really getting worn down by the FBI's request. How do you view it there? And then I guess the other piece I would add is, here we're obviously talking about Trump's FBI, right? It's run by a Trump appointee. So that does kind of muddy the picture of the frank political bias being the reason to suppress or pre-bunk a Hunter Biden laptop scandal. Yeah, I mean, so I think, I definitely think that my perception of what was going on changed over time. I of course, we were all only responsible for the threads that we wrote. So, by the time I came in, it looked like Yoel was doing more pushing back. At the same time, on both of the two issues that I looked at and was involved in, the decision to deplatform Trump and the decision to bounce is the technical word, the New York Post account. In both cases, Yoel and his team had decided that there was no violation, and then they reversed themselves. Now, to some extent, you go, well, you're kind of, I think Renee articulated this a little bit before, which is, the rules are evolving over time as they deal with real-world cases, so you can't be too much of a, like, well, we wrote the rules and we can't change them. But there wasn't transparency about how that was happening, and hence another reason for transparency. And in the case of the Hunter Biden laptop, I find Jim Baker's behavior extremely suspicious. He is clearly a deep anti-Trumper. He is the person that Hillary Clinton's attorney Michael Sussman came to share false information about an alleged Russian bank that was firing information potentially for Trump campaigns, triggering the investigation. He then goes to Twitter and appears to have played a major role in reversing the initial conclusion by Yoel Roth's team that the laptop had not violated any of Twitter's terms of service, and that the laptop appeared to be authentic rather than a product of Russian disinformation. Again, you get to a point with this stuff where you kind of go, I've done all I can in terms of going through the data. I've made as strong of a statement about this pattern of behavior, appearing to be a pattern of behavior and appearing to be organized. And now I just think it's in the hands of the Congress that it needs to get to the bottom of what's going on over there, and they may never do it. But there was stuff going on, Sam, that was weird. Like, why in the world did Aspen Institute do a tabletop exercise with the national security reporters from the New York Times and Washington Post, the safety officers from Facebook and Twitter, to talk about a potential Russian hack and leak operation involving Hunter Biden? Why did they do that in August and September? Keep in mind that FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop since December 2019, that they were listening to Giuliani's calls. I find the whole thing extremely suspicious. Now, of course, Hunter Biden was in the news, and that was what Trump got impeached over, yes. And it may be that I am, again, engaging in an overly pattern, kind of recognized pattern that is not there. and that's possible. But I do think there's something very strange going on that we haven't gotten to the bottom of, and we should. And the fact that Trump had his appointee there doesn't mean that there wasn't potentially some effort by both existing and former intelligence community operatives to basically engage in a PR campaign, or what we used to call PSYOPs, or now it's called influence operations, to basically pre-bunk the Hunter Biden laptop, so that I personally and my entire liberal Democratic family and all of the Democrats I know thought that it was Russian disinformation.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't even really know that it wasn't until pretty recently. I just sort of assumed it was Russian disinformation. I didn't take it seriously. So I think partly I kind of go, I know how I experienced that episode, which was to go, I don't know, sounds like it was probably Russian disinformation, and it wasn't, and they knew at the time that it wasn't.
Yeah.
And that seems to me quite important.
Well, let's just close the loop on that, if we can. Now this laptop has been studied, certainly by many, many people right of center for many months. Is there anything there that was important?
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Is there anything that ties back to his father that is a big deal?
Yes.
Like what? Well, I'm still in a bubble. I still haven't heard this story, apart from a single line in an email saying, that I got to give 10% to the big guy, and we assume the big guy is Joe Biden.
Oh, no. Significant quantities of information. I mean, you have a photograph of them with Kazakh businessmen who were part of the natural gas pipeline to Ukraine. You have Joe Biden leaving his son a voicemail message saying that he thinks that the New York Times piece about Hunter's business dealings turned out okay. You have Tony Bobulinski, who was a partner with Hunter Biden, and nobody has questioned his credibility. Nobody has challenged anything he said, saying that he met early on in the relationship, met with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, where Joe made it very clear that he was part of this business operation. So again, I don't even know, I voted for Clinton and I voted for Biden, and I don't know. I have problems with Trump, as I know you do. I know that all three of you do as well.
I love Trump. I don't know where you got this idea. You must be a victim of misinformation.
Sam's been really, really subtle about his political
I've got
views
my
about
MAGA
Trump.
hat here somewhere. Let me get it.
He's really, really hard to read on the subject.
But nonetheless, as a voting citizen, there is no reason that there should have been that level. I mean, we should have known right away that the laptop was verifiable within. I mean, FBI could have verified it within minutes or hours. It took Peter Schweitzer a few days. It probably would have taken Washington Post, New York Times even less time if you had the people on it to verify it. You had to cross-check with public records. And anyway, we now know that that is totally intact. It hasn't been tampered with. So for me, I kind of go, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, it is what it looks like. It's Hunter Biden was a grifter, selling his family's name, selling access to his father, bringing people into the White House, bringing his father to dinners with Ukraine businessmen, having photographs taken with Kazakh businessmen, all about trading influence to basically get some and I work on energy. That's my main focus. These are huge. I mean, this is just huge gas and natural gas deals, gas being kind of the most important fuel in the world right now. This is not subtle stuff either. And especially if he's in bed with with guys that are tied to Chinese intelligence. Yeah, I think that's very, very concerning. That should be very concerning to anybody, no matter your politics.
Yeah, well, let me just add a footnote here, because I think my views on this topic are much misunderstood. I totally agree with everything you just said, even though I'm hearing some of those details for the first time, and I welcome an investigation into all of that, and I think we should have understood all of that. The thing that I resist is the idea that we ever should have been hostage to Rudy Giuliani's timetable, where this thing gets released a couple of weeks before an election as an October surprise, when there's not enough time to get to the bottom of this, to find out just what is innocuous and what is super important, and just so that it can have its intended effect of just obliterating the political discussion and driving the polls for Biden downward. My high-level view of it is unchanged, which is there's really nothing that could be on that laptop that signifies Joe Biden's venality and corruption in a way that would overwhelm my impression that Trump and Trump's family are 10 times more corrupt. Both of these men have been living in public view for practically as long as I've been alive. We know a lot about how they live. If Biden were rolling around in a Maserati and had 25 homes, then I think something really interesting it might be going on, and let's get to the bottom of it. But we know how Joe Biden lives compared to Trump. I mean, Trump's corruption leaks out of him with every utterance, and his whole presidency looks like a grift. So I just think that if you're going to balance the scales between corrupt politics and nepotism and grifting and bad incentives, and just you keep heaping it on both sides, one's marked Biden, the other's marked Trump, I know how they balance. And still, I agree with you that we should know everything. It's just we couldn't know everything 10 days out from the election with the clock ticking. That was always my concern. And no, I don't support Twitter's decision to knock the New York Post off the platform. Where I draw the line is it made sense for respectable journalists to avert their eyes from the story until after the election, given that we knew what happened with Hillary's emails in 2016 and how decisive that seemed to be.
Well, one of the things that we didn't, at some point, other stories are important in the world, but there was so many things that we saw at Twitter that just culturally, I think, would be extremely interesting. Maybe Renee will think this is dog bites man, but I